Exactly.
Be right back. Gonna
Let the
make a couple of
public wait.
trades.
We got 8 hours. No worries.
Hey, guess
Let's
what?
give it. Go on.
On Friday, my options account was 32.01% in the red. And today it's just 28.48 in the red.
Nice. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Just got the last bits to do.
I realized one thing that cans of soda, cans in there, like.
Damn, maybe I need to server mute boss here.
Shit, I fucking saw Trey's video last night and then saw Boss's. I'm like, I should pay Trey a visit and hit him across the head with his Dwayne the Cock Johnson.
Yeah, that seems like a you thing to do, Vivian.
I mean, he's trying to spread FUD when he's sitting there saying it can't go above 5,000 a share, so.
Yeah, I just didn't watch it. I did that instead. I didn't give it a view.
That's fair.
So, how's everybody doing? Good weekend and all that?
5.
How's everybody doing? Good weekend.
How you doing, Martin?
What's up?
Hey, good morning, everybody.
Morning, good morning, good morning. I see the chat's lively. I was going to do a few shout outs, but I can't pick between the positives, the negatives, and the pissed offs.
Start from A and go to Z.
Good morning, all. We're just waiting on Boss.
Best work in silence.
Yeah.
Just give me a shout out and call it a day.
Yes, sir!
We've got a few things going on. Boss will be back soon. The movie will kick off. in the interim regarding trade perspective. Trey's put an opinion out there. You might agree, you might not agree. Perspective, with all due respect to Trey, it is his opinion. He's entitled to it. I think we should have learned by now. People are going to say things we don't necessarily agree with. We might prefer they hadn't said it. But perspective on the play, look at everything we've been up in arms at that's created divide, had us fighting each other or picking sides or separating instead of uniting. None of it's killed the play. We're still here. We're still in the game. The final whistle hasn't gone. Someone's opinion does not kill it. Perspective. 4 to 10 million people do not listen to Trey. You might be his number one fan. You might think he's 100% spot on. You're entitled. You might be 100% against what he said. You're entitled. It's not to divide. It's a conversation piece at best. And in time, when the play is over, then we'll know who was right and who was wrong. Then we'll know what we've got to learn so that next time, in something completely different, we've learned the lesson. I am preaching today because I'm fucked off that it creates divide, discussion, different opinions, because you're from different areas or you get your strength from different people, that you want to attack other people. You're entitled to your opinion. You're entitled to say what you got to say. You're entitled to be derogatory if you want. You don't have to agree with everybody. The main part of this, 90% have never sold. 90% have always held. Peripheral stuff. Somebody's opinion might sway yours. Well, that's for you to look at. I don't see everyone dumping their shares this morning. I don't see the price hammering through the floor this morning. If they're watching us, and everyone said that, or most people have said it, or people have said it at a time, if they're watching us, what a perfect opportunity, Dave, because everyone's up in arms about an opinion. It's just an opinion. Who cares what the motives at this stage? It's an opinion. I have an opinion. Not everyone's going to agree with it. You'll have an opinion. Not everyone's going to agree with it. Let people say what they got to say. Show everyone we stay united. It don't bother us. Has it killed the play ultimately? No, has it fuck? It's just an opinion. How can you give an opinion on something running up when you don't know the numbers? When you don't know when the majority might sell? When you don't know what FOMO might or might not appear? When you don't know who's angry the most? You don't know what working class people are capable. You don't know what a ceiling could be. We ain't got the numbers. So to sit down and do a mathematical explanation is an opinion. I can sit here and say it can run to $1 trillion. No, it can't. Well, it's an infinite loss. If there was only 3 shares and I held all 3, I can run it up as high as I like. Then we can get into all the theories and opinions about government stepping in or the Fed or who's going. Come on now. There's fuck all we can do about all of that. All we can do is stay united, keep spreading the message, demand a fair and transparent market, focus on what we get right and the unity that we share and why we're here. Everything else, just a conversation. We was in a pub and someone said, say, most of us walk away. That's where the majority are. Walk away from it. Don't get involved in it. The bots are being overkilled today now. The haters are going to be an overkill now. As soon as you show any weakness, any divide, they're going to use it. My only criticism is I'd like to see people chit-chatting and uniting. I'd like to see YouTubers reaching out because maybe there's things, and Trey did say, from what I've been led to believe, that, you know, he wants a conversation on this. He wants to understand people's things. He will read the messages. Well, unite. This movement's not about individuals in a play any longer. It's about the movement. It's about the community, about the workers, the grafters. It's about those that have suffered, those that have lost. It's about people willing to put their fucking money that they went to work and earned on the line to fight mainstream media and the bullshit that they've come out with. Fight against the SEC in the latest video. Fight everything you can remember between now and last fucking January. We should be uniting on that. We shouldn't be dividing. We shouldn't be criticising each other. We should be pulling together. And you're going to get frustration, of course you are, when this sort of thing happens. Well-intended or not. Motivated from the heart or not. genuinely looking to do the right thing or not. Errors get made by good people. But that's why we should be together as a community. That's why the majority voice needs to be heard, not my voice. I'm sick of hearing it myself. Your voice, the community, the majority. Where's our priorities? What do we want to discuss? What do we want the YouTubers discussing? Christ, Boss led the way for months. Why aren't you catching up? You want to release videos? Get people in with alternative views and talk it through. Don't put fucking clickbait videos out, which gets everyone up in arms and creates these divides again. If you want to be the number one in saying, go and pick a different topic. This is too important. That's my rant. That's my rant for the day.
Yeah, you could do the markets, or you could do Legos, or you could do Duplos. We have the markets here. We have Legos here. Now it's somebody needs to do the Duplos as well.
Getting feedback. I guess it's from bosses. Good.
Yep, I need to serve mute him.
I'm watching the chat and I'm seeing mums and dads and teachers. I'm seeing people that should matter, that should have a voice. And I'm seeing us today, in hindsight, in time, when this plays over, we can look back at these moments and say, no, in actual fact, we did let ourselves down. We did create a weakness that we didn't need. We have got to learn from this because there's other things. This isn't the be all and end all. This is just one more step. So I'm looking at this chat and I'm seeing people say, Wolfie, it's not Wolfie, it's you. What are you saying? Where's your message on there? Unity, unite, hold them accountable, transparency, all the good stuff that we should be aiming for. Don't let them being the 1%ers or the haters that we've had to deal with for 18 months write us off as fucking crazy, crown munching, fucking dumb money. Bollocks, we know what we want. Transparency, we want unity, we want fairness, we want answers, we want these questions, we want people held accountable. Let me see that in the chat. Let me see your opinion in the chat. Not this negative bullshit hate. If you're a bot, an intern or an hater, please just leave now. Because you are wasted here. Go on other Reddit, go on other Discord channels, go on other fucking areas. Because here, it's water off a duck's back. I'm too old. I don't give a fuck what you've got to say. I've got a brain. I've got a thought process. I've done me DD. I don't care what you say. If I cared what you said, I'd have listened one day in the last, 500 days? I haven't sold a fucking share. If you want them, pry them out of my cold, dead fucking hand or pay me. Get the fuck out of the chat. Leave the people to do what the people have got to do because you're having zero effect. Fucking unite, people. Unite. It's not hard.
We definitely need transparency above all. That's my opinion. I've always believed in a fair and consistency. And if we don't get fair and consistent, then why are we in it? We're in it for the change.
I would like to see equal opportunity for investments, no matter if you're starting with $100 or $100 million. I would also like to see equal consequence if your investments are improper, illegal, or unsuccessful.
politicians, people who have the abuse of authority, they sign up, they sign out of the stock market.
Now we're talking again.
Yeah.
Now it's not about one person's opinion.
Right.
Now it's not about fear that it could sway or hurt this movement or this. Come on now. We face tenfold worse than this.
That's
multiple occasions. We've had our lows. You still here? Am I still here? Are we still here?
Yep.
Something they never put in their algorithm, working class, people that have had to fight. Every fucking day we have to fight. Even on days when it's peaceful, even on days when nothing's going wrong, even on days when we're blessed because everyone's healthy and we're working and the bills are paid and we've got food on the table and we're having a smile and greeting each other and saying, how you doing? We're fighting. I think I can't fight against some mainstream media bullshit or some crap SEC fucking video. You think they're protecting us? Well, how's Apple look today? I don't need to fight each other. There's plenty of people we can fight.
Struggle, Wolfie, I think of it. The days that we have a hard day, just think of how fucking scared they are because their money's being fucked with.
Mm-hmm. Keep reverting back. We're in a position now where we can start making real questions and start making inroads. And people go, "Ah, you're a dreamer, Wolfie. You're a dreamer." Fucking right, I am. Because what's the alternative? Get up every day like a character in 1984 with no fucking hope. Are you mad? Of course I'm a dreamer, but I'm a realist. We can ask questions. We can use the tools that are available. We can become more responsible. We can become more involved. We can stand up and say, can I ask? Can you explain? If you look at the figures coming out at the moment on everything, mortgages, cars, payments, houses, jobs, none of it's looking great. Yet they'll come out and say it's fine. Inflation, we'll get it under control. We'll do this, we'll do that. Soft landing. Soft fucking landing. Someone needs to go and tell them quick. They nicked the wheels months ago. Years ago. It's a soft fucking landing. And that means soft landing, what, they'll be okay? Because the way I'm looking at it, and I'm not a fucking expert, but have you filled your car up lately? Have you gone out and done your weekly shopping for your food lately? Have you tried to replace clothes for the kids lately? No fucking soft landing for us. They'll do what they've always done. And please hear this. This is my last bit for today because Boss is going to crack on. If it's a bloody great being a Democrat, or if it's a bloody great being a Republican, or if it's a bloody great being a Conservative or a Labour supporter, answer this. How is it that we're getting poor, less opportunity, less money? How is our standard of living's dropping and they're getting richer? Because they've all been in power. And when we get pissed off, we vote the ones that we voted out previously back in power. When they come for your vote, fucking remember that. Go and do and look at that. Go and have a look at the wages. One person in the 70s could stay at home and provide a decent living, decent standard of living. Now go and look. Christ, I see a statistic the other day where if you're on over 200 grand a year, 30, 40%, possibly higher, but I'm going to go with 30, 40%, are living paycheck to paycheck. Your middle class is disappearing. The only thing that seems to grow is the top 1%ers, and not everyone in it, because some of them are dropping down the scale to what was middle class. Don't take my fucking word for it, go and find out. And then come back and explain to me how politics currently works. That it matters that you're a Democrat, or it matters that you're a Republican, or a Labour and a Conservative. Because we're all in the same fucking boat. The only time they listen and represent and say they'll represent is when they want our fucking vote. And then when they get it, We go round in circles. And people are saying, well, I support the Republicans and they've done this for me. Yeah, of course they have. Has it all got better? No. And the other side of the coin, they say, yeah, but when we was in power, we got this. Yeah? Has it got better? You're taking crumbs. They're taking the whole damn cake. Doesn't matter which side gets in, they're not making the world better for the 99%, they're making it better for themselves, they're getting richer, the gaps are widening. I'm positive of the play and the people, we've got this, we're going to be fine. Now it's time to pass over to the main man.
Damn,
Fuck
Wolfie.
me, how do you do this for 8 hours, boss?
I don't know. How the fuck do you speak so eloquently, my friend? What an incredible speech. You could not have said
the
that
dialect.
better.
Definitely the dialect.
It helps a lot, I'll say that much. But it's not just the dialect, it's the message. It's the message and everything you're saying, and people can connect to it. People relate to it. Because it's the truth. And you know what, Wolfie, you're absolutely right. I think I just saw that yesterday. As a matter of fact, almost half of all people earning over $100,000 a year are living paycheck to paycheck. What does that tell you about inflation? Maybe they're not all over leveraged. Maybe they've got, large families, a certain standard of living. And even after cutting back, there's only so much you can cut back. What are you going to do? Sell your home and move to a place with cheaper rent? Rents are more expensive than your homes. You're going to sell your car and buy a new one or buy a used one? You're going to wait 8 to 12 weeks for a new one to come in with massive premiums and decent interest rates at this point. Amazon stock split. Amazon has not crashed, but Amazon is undergoing a stock split. People are wondering why Amazon went from $2,177 to $125.90 a share. So I just wanted to drop that piece of information. As much as I'd like to say the market correction has arrived, while I do believe that to be the case, this is not an indication of that, more so an indication of the stock split. Yeah, they did do 20 to 1, Doss. Good call, my man. Oh, look at that. A third of Americans, like you just said, half of people making over 100K are living paycheck to paycheck. And over 33% of Americans making over $250,000 a year are also living paycheck to paycheck. The top 5% of earners, almost a third are living in that same sense. 48% of those earning at least $100,000 are beginning to struggle, an increase of 9% from the year before. It says, the Epic Times says the financial pain is particularly hitting millennials, a generation now in their mid-20s and early 40s, who normally have little saved for retirement compared to their mostly retired boomer parents. The majority of top earners in the age cohort report spending most of their earnings by the end of the month. Housing expenses like mortgages have risen dramatically since the pandemic, and the recent hike in the interest rate are one of the main items eating up the budgets in the $250,000 and above income bracket, according to the survey. I told you that before I even opened the article. This isn't something that it takes the Federal Reserve and Janet Yellen to figure out, because as you guys have seen, Janet Yellen has already stated that she didn't understand the processes and the macroeconomic implications leading to the hyperinflation that we're currently seeing. You'd figure that a person that was in charge of the Federal Reserve, that's the head of the United States Treasury, that's the head of the plunge protection team, would understand the economy enough to see that inflation was coming last year, when we've been telling you since July of last year right here on this channel that inflation is going to eat us alive. But Janet Yellen couldn't see that. I fail to believe that. That old bitch knows exactly what she's doing, in the same way that the Federal Reserve said that inflation was transitory. They're out to fuck you. They're out to fuck me. They're out to fuck our families. So don't let it happen. Hedge yourself. I love the fact that Peter Hahn posted on Twitter. Based on close examination of a blueberry Pop-Tart, I've concluded that I should sell my AMC shares at $249.99. Nah. Remember, no one, not even the SEC, knows the size of synthetics. So how are people giving price targets at this point? Price anchoring is an attempt to establish normality. And under $1,000 a share, I'm not having that shit. I'm not here for $1,000 a share. I'll have millions and millions of dollars in my accounts spread across my multiple accounts by $1,000 a share. But I'm not here for that. I'm here for billions with an S.
Hell yeah.
I'd like one thing to be clear. Today, Monday, June 6th, is not technically T2. It's T plus 1. That being said, any price action or swaps or contracts, if they were to have changed hands on Friday, that price action won't be seen until tomorrow for the most part, as that is T plus 2 data. But as the Terminator 2 movie, you gotta love T2, so I had to go with it. I did manage to make those trades quite successfully. I'm feeling pretty good about that. It's like, let's see, trading quite a bit there. And for those that are curious, I'd be more than happy to see AMC and GameStop and the other meme stocks go down a little bit. It would be a fantastic opportunity for me to pick up some more call contracts. I don't really care which way the market goes at this very moment. But we're going to take a look at it. AMC's down 1.85%. BlackBerry's up 1%. BBIG's down slightly, Beyond as well. Citigroup's up 1.56%. Looks like they're trying desperately to regain some of their losses from Friday. Express hanging down 2.9%. GME down 0.5 percentage point. You notice these names? You notice the meme stocks? You know, FU, thank you very much. He says, we have the best hand. Our opponent is bluffing. Good game. Mm-hmm. Bold words, my friend. I like that. What I notice here is that very dangerous meme stocks like AMC, GameStop, Express, DWAC, BBIG are in the negative, such as KOSS, KOSS down 1.4%, MMAT's down 2.76%. Biora Therapeutics, formerly known as Progenity, is down 1.6% to 78 cents a share. And Peloton, I just think they've been overvalued for way too long, if you ask me. But to each his own. If you like Peloton, by all means, I hope you make a shitload of money in it. The Russell 2000 is up 0.25 percentage point. IWM is up 0.3%. But AMC is down 1.69%. Does that make much sense? No. You want to know why? Because that's called shorting. That's called market manipulation. Amazon and Redbox make fantastic collateral. People keep asking me what's going on with Redbox. Redbox is garbage collateral. Let's take a look at Mullen Automotive, though. Another meme stock, up 15.75 percentage points today. What a surprise. trading between 15 and 16.5% gains on the day right now. Mullen Automotive, stock ticker MULN. You're absolutely right. This Doge cult says, look at penny stocks on big red days. Pennies are up. Yeah, the penny stocks are everything that's been trading lately. It's a bunch of OTC garbage. Let's take a look at the top percentage gainers. Look at that. DD is up 56%. I know they're currently discussing a lot of changes to DD, so that's kind of in. I'm not surprised that it's up right now, 56%. I think I read somewhere that they're making progress on possibly keeping it. Nope, here it is. DD shares trading higher after the Chinese government concluded its investigation into the company and will allow DD to resume new customer acquisition. And you can see there was a major gap up from $1.85 to $3.08 a share. On that news. What's up, everybody? It's great to be here. It's great to see you. Welcome to Boss Blunt's Think Tank. People's Bank of China local branches meet with banks to assess why loans to property firms, real estate developers like Evergrande, have slowed. Defaults mean that banks are reluctant to increase their exposure to the sector, and some are only rolling over their debt to prevent loans from becoming defunct. From Bloomberg.com. A state-backed rescue. So this is Central China Real Estate. That's the name of the company, Central China Real Estate. Their bonds and shares surged after the developer proposed to sell a percentage of their company to a government-owned entity. It seems to me like the Chinese Communist Party told Central China Real Estate that they have no choice but to sell the CCP a portion of their company for pennies on the dollar if they want to have a chance at laundering a little bit more money that they should be using to pay onshore and offshore bondholders. The thing is, credit stress remains severe. With average junk yields above 20%, refinancing in US dollars is out of the question. Bonds of many Chinese property firms trade at distressed levels. I'd like to thank @SophiaHCBBG for posting this on Twitter. She posts great threads every week about China and the happenings that are going on over there. Make sure you guys check her out if the macro geopolitical structure is something that interests you. I know it's not the sexiest thing in the world, but if it leads me, excuse me, if it gives me the information that I need to continue learning about my investments, then that's good enough for me. That's all I want. Did you know that American money supply in 1933 to 1937 increased by 40%? Did you know that American money supply in the last 18 months increased by 40%? The Fed lollygagging on rate hikes and runoff needed to reverse inflation is only ensuring that the pain and suffering seen by Americans and people globally is going to last much longer than the majority of people can actually imagine. There's a reason that we push starting your own garden and keeping food and non-perishable food supplies, as well as other healthcare goods, in stock at all times. Thanks to Occupy the Feds on Twitter for that excellent post, which of course isn't getting enough traction because the majority of people don't understand what the fuck it means. Breaking news. London Metals Exchange is being sued for $456 million after the suspension and cancellation of nickel trades on the platform in March. This is exactly what we're going to see if this shit happens again on our favorite stocks. I'm going to lawyer the fuck up if these guys try to cancel trades. I'm going to lawyer the fuck up if I see fuckery that pulls money out of my family's pocket, takes money out of my family's bank account, and takes food off my family's plate. They're not the only motherfuckers I'm suing. I'll tell you that much. People can attest to that right now.
Damn straight.
Oh, should I say people, my friends in the Discord here, that's for sure. London Metals Exchange has been sued in the United Kingdom courts for its controversial decision on March 8th to suspend the trading of nickel futures contracts on the century-old exchange. And now they're shutting down gold and silver futures because there's no open interest, because nobody's going to trade on London Metals Exchange anymore. Fuck LME and every other market manipulator out there. Oh, it's wake and bake time, baby. Good morning. China Defense Ministry says the Canadian military jets stepped up reconnaissance, provocation against China, and are endangering China's national security. China is now saying that Canada is provoking China and endangering their national security. Have you heard this somewhere before? What happened when the United States and CIA-sponsored, Pentagon-sponsored biolaboratories in Russia provoked Putin? What happened? Did you forget? Where do you think we're going next? Somebody says, so Canada's going to start World War III. I don't know. I'm so happy to see London Metals Exchange getting sued. That's exactly what needs to happen. Show these pricks. AMC is completely flat on the day. AMC has just reversed all of its losses and has now turned positive for the day. Let's take a look-see. GameStop has also reversed its losses and is up 0.5 percentage point for the day. Express is down 1%. Cost is down only 1% now. MMAT is still down about 1.6%. Splash Beverage down 3.38. Another very heavily shorted stock, in my opinion, with the low float. Splash Beverage Company, or group, whatever, SBEV. Snap Inc., I think they're garbage, but to each his own. Down 0.5 percentage point. Tesla trading at 722, up 2.5%. And of course, the VIX is trading a little higher than flat. Meanwhile, the UVXY ProShares Ultra VIX short-term futures is down 3%, which makes no fucking sense. But hey, that's exchange-traded funds for you, you know? That's fuckery. at its best. Noli, my friend, I'm going to give you a server mute. Please do me a favor and mute yourself when you get a chance, and I'll unmute you. BBBY just went green. Let's take a look. Thanks to you guys. Thanks new name in the... Sorry, thanks to Beach Guy in the chat. BBIG has gone green. AMC's down 0.5 percentage point right now. Oh, good. My contract purchases went through. My order's filled. That's great. I'm just rifling through my orders right now. Yep, my order's sold. That's great. I'm just making some changes real quick here on some call contracts. Excellent. AMC hanging out around 1233. Racking up some cash. Excellent. Excellent. Taking fucking profits. Yeah, I like the fact that Trades, who has been saying, oh, those are my trade execution notifications. That's fucking solid. That was fast. Some people are complaining that Trade was giving price target maximum of $272 a share. That sounds like some fucking shillery to me. Sounds like something Hillary Clinton would say. How high do I think Mullen will go next year? I can't say. I can't say. It would be irresponsible for me to say that. I don't know. I don't know how high it could go. The triple Qs are at 311. Looks like they're losing some of their gains. Interesting. AMC's down 1%. Taking a look at GameStop and DWAC. GameStop's down 1.3%. Noli, I'll unmute you now, brother. Yeah, you were muted. Thanks, man. Yeah, mute your mic for me, please. You're still unmuted. Oh, wow. Looks like Peter Hahn coming through clutch with more quality information. More indications of price anchoring by mainstream media and hedge funds. Remember, hedge funds spend a lot of money to make you make decisions based off what they say. They employ teams of psychologists and psychiatrists in order to get people like us to do what they want based off the numbers on this chart and based off our sentiment and the things that they say and the things that they have mainstream media and social media influencers say on Twitter, Reddit, etc. This isn't conspiracy. This is a fact. It's part of Citadel's game plan. It's part of their business plan. Citadel Securities, amongst others, including Melvin Capital, Citron Research. You remember those fools? Oh yeah, aren't they being investigated by the Department of Justice? I wonder why. Peter Hahn says, I had someone I regard as a hardcore AMC owner privately tell me he heard from contacts that dark pool participants wanted to keep the price at $150. That was likely meant to influence institutional owners. Price anchoring attempts are ongoing, which tells you that this play is real. The SEC and hedge funds and market makers and banks and mainstream media around the world has never told you to sell your Apple. They've never told you to sell your Facebook. They've never told you to sell your Google, because those stocks don't mean anything to them. You hold something of extreme value, and you dictate at what moment in time and at what price point you will sell. Nobody can tell you that over $1,000 a share is impossible, because that's ridiculous. To think that market capitalization will be the major contributing factor on a short squeeze play's price increment changes at the very split second mean absolutely nothing. Market capitalization will mean nothing for moments, for minutes, for seconds, just in the same way that Volkswagen's market capitalization meant nothing during which the time that the government and Volkswagen came to an agreement on $1,000 a share for their share price. That was a guarantee for a multi-billion-dollar company. That was a great move on their part. But we're not here. I'm not here. I only speak for myself. I'm not here for $1,000 a share. I'm not here to make millions or hundreds of millions. I'm here to make billions with a B. Billions with an S. Now, probably people are saying the same thing for GameStop. Oh, AMC can't go to $1,000 a share. GameStop can't go to $5,000 a share. I call bullshit. We've already seen it. The majority of people just don't know it yet. And we have proof from many people. Let's take a look and see if I can find some screenshots here for you. Because, we always bring receipts on the think tank. Oh, here's the dozens and dozens of meme stocks that went over thousands of percentage points on the last run up. Oops. Did market makers forget to say that? Did Trades mention anything about the 5,259% market cap increase on Ocugen Inc. on February 8th? After AMC and GameStop ran and caused massive reverberations and meltdowns of liquidity around the markets? No, I don't think anybody gave a shit that their market cap increased by 5,000%. Nobody fucking cared. What about Bionanogenomics? Their market cap went up almost 3,000%. Nope, no one fucking cared. Tilray, over 1,000%. CPS Technologies, 1,400%. The stock price during a short squeeze has nothing to do with market capitalization. That's absolute fucking nonsense. I know I've got those fucking pictures over here somewhere. Just got so many that sometimes it's hard to find everything in particular at the moment that I'm looking for it on the fly. But I remember clearly that GameStop in the past has gone up to over $5,124 a share on January 28th of 2021. We know this. We have proof. As of June 3rd, GameStop is no longer able to be shorted on Interactive Brokers. And as you can see here on my screen, should you choose to look, this is a screenshot that somebody took on January 28th in the evening of 2021. That morning, this person placed an order to sell just over half of a share, a fractional share of GameStop at the best available price. He placed a market order, and the market filled his order at $5,124.50 a share. That was at 9:34 in the morning on January 28th. Immediately before GameStop was shut down. And they knew it was coming because on January 27th, Citadel Securities spoke to Robinhood, and Virtue, the market maker, spoke to Webull. Together, these market makers colluded with dozens of broker dealers like Robinhood and Webull, and they froze the buying of AMC and GameStop. They stopped the buying. They took away the button so nobody could physically buy it because they were absolutely terrified of becoming liquidated. It was the only thing that could have happened. They had no choice but to maintain their company, to maintain their riches, to keep money in their pockets, to prevent bankruptcy, to prevent margin call defaults and complete liquidation. Broker dealers and market makers were forced to pull your buy button. Even Jim Swartwout, the president and chief operations officer of Robinhood, said, "You wouldn't believe the conversation we had with Citadel. Total mess." That was on January 27th at 6:25 p.m. What a disgusting, disgusting group of people. This is another order. This was not taken in January. This was taken December 14th of 2021, in which people were trying to buy AMC, hundreds of dollars worth, and only received half a share. Because the broker dealers still can't find shares of AMC and GameStop. And that's why every time there's a liquidity situation in AMC and GameStop, you're going to see things like this. GameStop selling for $5,124 a share. Knock on wood, and that's not financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor. Nothing is guaranteed. I just have to say that as a disclaimer. So yeah, if you haven't seen it before, there it is. We're going to keep it in the spotlight all day, every day. Larry Lewis, thank you, brother. That's exactly what we've got to do. We've got to keep it in the spotlight. And Nightmare McCaw, yeah, you're right. A lot of people are making money, but I'm not here for ad revenue. I'm not here for super chats. I do appreciate them, and Boss Blunt's Think Tank appreciates them, but the majority of that goes to paying for the channel anyway. Again, we greatly appreciate it, but there's no big profits happening here, I can assure you that. My profits come from stocks. They come from business. They don't come from ad revenue. AMC's down 1.69%. GameStop is down 1.53%. Now, a lot of people fail to realize that we called for a market crash in January and that it actually did crash. The majority of people just don't understand how that was possible. On January 26, 2022, the plunge protection team of the Federal Reserve used the Economic Stability Fund, yours tax dollars and my tax dollars, to spend $50 billion in naked shorts on the volatility index to keep the VIX down, to cause gamma in the opposite direction, which basically is a gamma ramp on the SPY, a forced gamma ramp in which algorithmic and volume traders have to buy the SPY and assets and derivatives within it in order to hedge against the massive amounts of $50 billion worth of puts that were injected into the markets in one single second. You know, let's take a look here. As shown in the chart below, which in addition to the S&P in black, also shows put and call deltas, a massive put seller suddenly appeared, which via the negative gamma feedback loop also means dealers suddenly reverse from selling S&P futures to buying. Just around noon, that was responsible for the slowdown in dealer selling and the subsequent reversal as a huge short squeeze kicked in and sent stocks sharply higher for the rest of the day. Then from noon until roughly 3 p.m., the deltas in these put options became increasingly positive, dragging the market with them, as dealers scrambled to cover their long put hedges. At that point, the reflexive pathway of the put selling that sent the VIX sharply lower, collapsing it from 39 to 29 a few hours later, driven in big part by the acceleration in put selling during the afternoon, had activated and prompted countless volume targeting funds to join the buying frenzy. This is the way in which the plunge protection team uses our tax dollars to artificially prop up the stock market time and time again. And at some point here, liquidity and margin calls are going to get out of control. And no matter how many billions and billions the plunge protection team injects, it's not going to be enough to stop the bleeding. That's why we saw the stock market crashes of 2020, 2018, 2013, 2011, 2008, 2000, 1989, and all the ones previous to that in the 70s and in way back in the Great Depression in the 20s. Now, this isn't just some sort of estimates that we're taking. We've actually got the receipts to prove it as well, as did, Zero Hedge and the others that posted this. Let me go over to it and I'll show you that as well if you've never seen it before. This is something that people do need to understand because it is our money. Failures to deliver increased 40% 2 days after February 26th on February 28th because it's T+2 data. Failures to deliver increased 40% 2 days after February 26th to 52-week high. The low on the SPY on February 26th was $364. $364. The stock collapsed from 430. The SPY ETF collapsed from 430 to $364.68. And in that very moment, the plunge protection team injected over $50 billion into the VIX in the form of naked shorts, causing the gamma ramp on the SPY. It is the only thing that prevented AMC and GameStop from running. Had this crashed, AMC and GameStop would have ran at that very moment. Well, maybe within minutes, maybe a matter of short hours, but it would have caused margin call defaults across the financial system, from the DTC all the way down to broker dealers. And at some point, the plunge team will not be able to inject enough money. We know it was the plunge team because they're the only entity which can make a purchase this big that shows up on a Bloomberg terminal as unnamed entity. They're the only ones that can make a purchase or sale of this amount of money and remain an unnamed entity. Therefore, there's nobody else it could be. Not me, not you, not your mom, not Ken Griffin. Not the largest hedge fund or family office in the world could have made this sale as of $50 billion worth of naked shorts on the VIX as an unnamed entity. That's how we know time and time again that our markets are being manipulated by the Federal Reserve. Oh, let me go back forward a little bit here so you can see the FTDs. Here's the U.S. Treasury's failures to deliver on the stock market. As you can see, on the 28th year, it's a little small on the screen maybe, but that's at a 52-week high right there. In billions of dollars. And that was, I think around $79 billion worth of failures to deliver in that day. $79 billion. From the Federal Reserve, Economic Stability Fund, the United States Treasury, Economic Stability Fund was abused with our tax dollars to save the stock market. It's not the first time, and it won't be the last time. But at some point, it will no longer be possible, just like every other market crash in the past. Thanks to Dr. Susan Trimbath for bringing this to my attention back on March 1st, that the DTCC reported a new 52-week high in daily U.S. Treasury fails, increasing it to $76.12 billion, more than double the $32.85 billion on Friday, February 25th. She's talking about from prior. Oh, I'm sorry, this is February. My apologies. And did I say T2? My apologies. I totally misspoke. FTDs is not T2 data. FTDs are T plus 35. That's why this was on February 28th. My apologies. That may have been a little confusing. I did not do that on purpose. But again, I'm human and I make errors. I knew that, but just mentally, I had a bit of a mental error and mixed up the swap and derivatives trading date reporting with the failure to deliver, which is T plus 2 and T plus 35 respectively. Again, thank you and apologize for that. So again, because it's T plus 35 data, that's why we saw it in late February from the January 26th movement. Thanks very much. Dr. Susan Trimbath. That's why we follow other people on Twitter, because the news is phenomenal. And my man Wolfie, who was in here giving that rousing speech earlier, which if you haven't seen it, you might as well just rewind to the beginning and listen to Wolfie, because this man has incredible character and integrity, and he truly is here for change. But speaking of change, you know what changed? The shares on loan. Market makers and banks and prime brokers and broker-dealers are desperate. AMC shares on loan was at 175 million last week and is now, Ortex estimated as of today, 181.87 million estimated shares on loan as of today via Ortex data. Days to cover on loan shares is also increased to 3.52, a slight increase. The cost to borrow average is also up to 5.05%, which is a 61% change, over 61% change from 7 days ago. June 3rd, Executive Orders 14032, also known as 13959 as amended, is working exactly as intended. The utilization is at 100%. Estimated short interest for AMC is up another 2.5% to 23.37%. And the free float percentage on loan is up almost 4% to 35.28%, according to Ortex reported data only. Remember, people, this is self-reported data by the market makers and hedge funds and banks. Imagine how much of this is not reported. This is just what they are forced to report.
Bring in what Wes Christian said, boss.
Where's he at, brother? Oh, yeah, we're West Christian. Yeah, that's a great point. Does anyone else remember this attorney by the name of Wes Christian, who unfortunately got lumped in with, some random Chad? But regardless, this attorney who specializes in dealing with these sorts of short manipulation situations in stocks states that in his experience, the public numbers released were between 50 to 150% less than they actually were in the past in other stocks that he had worked on, such as Overstock, if I remember correctly.
And we should clarify that's relating to short interest.
That's right, thank you. The short interest alone. That's actually a pretty big deal, because if you were to just theoretically take the short interest of 23%, and multiply that by 100%, that would be almost over half the stock. And if you increase it by 150%, it would be 75%, over 75% almost of the free float would be in short interest. How can that be when retail owns 90% of the float across over 4 million retail investors, as confirmed by AMC shareholder counts and shareholder meetings? One word: synthetics. Nice job, Wolfie. That's a great post, brother. Thank you for that. I'm going to give that a share for sure.
No worries, man. Because we're here all day, can I just raise a topic that seems to be running in the chat?
Brother, go for it.
Let's do a challenge. This is about people. We should all agree on that. It's about people. It's about a lot of people, hard-working people that work for their money, bought what they believed and have held on for dear life against everything that every individual has had to deal with. So I keep seeing the chat about trade. You can't create unity by creating divide. And it pains me genuinely when I see it, even in the chat. So let's put it out there. Trey put out a video and Trey said that it was for discussion, etc., etc. Well, let's all learn a lesson by it, and let's do a challenge, because Trey, for me, I'll put that on record. I like Trey. I watched him right at the beginning. I've seen him grow. I've seen him high. I've seen him low. I've seen him struggling. I've seen him bounce back. But he's still here for whatever people want to judge. So let's put a challenge out to Trey, because this video hasn't united people. This video is creating more than just a discussion. This is creating animosity and anger and divide. So Trey said to me on a discussion in his Discord that he would reach out and he would have Boss on. The reason I'm challenging Trey today to fulfill that is one of learning, but more importantly to show we won't be divided. We can have difference of opinions. Trey can eloquently put his case across. Boss can equally eloquently put his case across, and we can walk away better for it. So let's finish the chats that we're having that are blocking up. I feel people's anger, I feel people's uncertainty, I feel people's fear, I feel people's doubt. I get it, I do get it, but they're reading these comments. They'll use it against us. The haters have got something else to fight with. We're going to be right on one day. One day we're going to be right. That means everything else that we do, that we say, that we put out there is going to be used against everybody going forward. So, Trey, if you get a listen to this, I have been a supporter. I was the Wally that said, get Wolf of Wall Street on. I have been a supporter and I've seen you. I haven't been watching recently. I really haven't. I've seen you ups and downs and I'm reaching out to you. You said your own words in the beginning, you don't know everything. You said you wanted to learn. Well, here's somebody who looks at things from a different angle, Boss. So have your private chat, have a private video. If you both agree at the end, release it. You're men of honour, you're men of integrity, you've got a voice. Come together and show everyone we can disagree, but we're united, because that is fundamentally important right now. That needs to be 100% where everyone's coming from. Boss has done it for months. It's why I'm here. It's why I follow him. It's why I will defend him. He doesn't need me to, but I will, because he gets it, the bigger picture. I'm asking you today, if you hear this, do that video, do what you said. You've held your hands out in the past and admitted when you're wrong. Do a video, and if you come away from it and you're still of the opinion you are, fair play to you, it's integrity. Stand up for what you believe, I encourage that. But let people hear an alternative view, because they might not hear Boss, or they might not hear people that are in this chat today or out there on Twitter. Don't dismiss the community. This is about people. That's bigger than you as an individual. So let's cut it out in the chat, please. The mods are having to monitor this. It's taking up too much time. And there's too much good stuff for Boss to deliver today, for us to talk about today, get excited about today, unite behind today. Let's kill it off in the chat. Let's get away from it in the chat. The mods are working too hard and they're not being able to enjoy it today as well. So let's come together. Try, if you've heard that, take time to consider, and I hope it happens.
You know,
Cheers,
Wolfie,
guys.
I really respect you saying that, but let's be honest. I heard the video where you spoke to Trey in his Discord on YouTube and asked him to have a discussion with me. And a lot of other people implored him to have a discussion with me. And I thought that'd be great. And he said he was going to reach out, but Trey has never reached out. My DMs are open. I made sure that he could see me. I even tweeted him in a joking manner to get his attention in a fun way, poking fun of his Dwayne the Cock Johnson. So maybe he didn't appreciate that too much, but I don't really give a shit. The fact remains, I used to watch Trey. I used to get conviction from him. And then I realized that I knew a lot more about the stock than he did. And it was at that moment where I no longer watched it. And I didn't care that other people did. I'm happy that other people got conviction from his words.
Mm-hmm.
But when he refuses to see other viewpoints other than his own, and refuses to have a discussion about the inevitable with people other than him, with other people on his channel, it goes to show as to what his true intentions really are. Everyone can make that assumption for themselves, because I will not say what his true intentions are. That's not my place to say. I can only assume what I feel that might be. But he has no interest in discussing this with me or anybody else in the community, as he's looking to preserve his fan base, and that's about it. In my opinion, Trey would be a lot better off if a lot of people sold off at $1,000 a share, made some money, and continue to follow him and his trading Discord and his trading YouTube channel. Props to him if that's what he wants. But for me, I'll have hundreds of millions of dollars at $1,000 a share. But I'm not here for that. I'm here for billions with an S. And we got guys like Thomas Peterfy, the CEO of Interactive Brokers, telling us that meme stocks like AMC and GameStops can soar to unimaginable highs, and that the only thing for them to do was to pull the buy button to prevent liquidation. It's further proof. It's further indication of why we're here and why I'm not leaving. Not for $1,000 a share. Not a fucking chance.
And I'm no different. And I think people have voiced their opinion, and it's going to go round and round. But I'm looking at bigger picture. And I have been in a position where I've got somebody on the opposite side for whatever their reasons, what I believe, what I didn't believe. I 100% get you. Come on now, we've worked together for a long time now. So I do get it. But for the better of all, for the better of the community, a conversation between the two of you is the way to go. And the only reason I say that is I had somebody in my life that was on the opposite side. That some of the things I believed, I was actually right about that individual, and some of the things I was wrong about that individual. But the only way I found out was sitting down round the table, having a proper, honest conversation, asking the questions, explaining why I felt the way I did. And then we ironed it out, and that ended up the #1 supporter. They ended up part of a united workforce. That ended up a united group of people that went on to achieve amazing things. Did we always agree? No. Did we have our arguments? Of course we did. Did the majority decide? Yeah, the majority can't decide at the moment because the majority are unheard. So we're relying on guys that have got a voice. We're relying on people that are in a position to reach out to each other. You know, I don't know. I've learned a shit ton about markets and how they operate. And I've had to learn a shit ton about life, like all of us. I ain't no different. But my life has took me in certain positions where I've had to learn, how do you create unity? Well, not with divide. And if we try and it fails, we tried. Sitting there and just having goes at each other or keeping separate camps, it doesn't
help anybody.
It isn't as good as it could be. I don't know that
Exactly.
we need it, in actual fact, and I'll make that clear. I don't know that we need to all be in an happy family and all our dirty linen, etc. But I do know it's better when we're all in it together. And thankfully, 90% of people, for perspective, don't watch the videos, ain't on Twitter and Discord, etc. But they're still holding. So just my 2 pence worth. But I know he didn't reach out. I can make 100 reasons why, which are positive reasons, and I can come up with 100 reasons why are negatives. But today I've sent that out there. That video, I don't know that it was the greatest bit of work, far from it. But to get into that anger and that fight and that resentment and that divide and that, for what reason, what purpose, perspective, and the whole scheme of things, it ain't hurt to play. But it just creates that divide. I'm seeing it in the chat, and I hear you. I'm reading the comments as I'm talking. I hear you. But we're better than this.
If I may, boss, can I say something?
Say whatever the hell you want, brother. This is the think tank. It's all yours.
So, I mean, for me, the big thing is, you mentioned, him being stuck and not being willing to see a different point of view. But in the same way, we are the exact same. We know what we know, and we aren't having any shit from anybody who's telling us differently.
I'll have to politely disagree, but that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing is I see a lot of people talking about something that was said or done a year ago, and or a while back. And I mean, like Wolfie said, with him reaching out, this is a different time, and maybe the time wasn't then, but maybe it is now.
I'm all ears. Let's put it that way. I've reached out to Trey. Trey has not reached out back. That's all I can say. It shows you a lot to people's characters.
So people are calling this into question because of this video, and I'm reading the comments. So now we're in a position where, we're going to calm it the fuck down. We're going to come at it like gentlemen. We're going to look to address the issues and swap ideas and see where that ends up taking us. But some of the criticism or the assumptions or people's beliefs, we've reached out. The ball's in his court. You're willing to sit down at a table, and not just you two. You could have everyone who's out there with a platform, Pantheons and great
awesome,
people.
Pantheon,
We might not all come at it from the same angle or the same direction, but we're all heading to the same destiny. The same destination is where we all want to get, and we can do it with different opinions. So I just think it's something that we've done today. It might draw a line under it, or it might improve things moving forwards. But whatever it is, we've done right. We've done it responsibly today. So
I'd like to give a quick update. Wolfie, that was wonderfully said, my friend. It was well stated. Well stated, for sure. Let's end the division. Let's keep it together, folks. We're all here. Well, many people are here for the same reasons. Let's put it that way. Everyone's got their own. And that being said, discussing Executive Order 14032, we've actually got an update on an Executive Order 14033. And this is an immediate release that I just received from the United States Department of the Treasury. And it states that the Treasury has designated 2 senior officials in Bosnia and Herzegovina for destabilizing behavior. Now, I have family, from Bosnia. My dad was Bosnian and Serbian, for example, and lived in the area and dealt with a lot of the atrocities committed by NATO in Yugoslavia. So this doesn't really surprise me, considering that NATO has never really seen the Balkans in good light in general. But let's take a look and see what this OFAC action, but this brand new Executive Order 14033 that I just got from the Department of the Treasury states that 2 prominent officials in Bosnia and Herzegovina Pursuant to this executive order, this is the third taken under Executive Order 14033, states that those federations and the presidents of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Alan Saranic, and the Republic Minister of Health and Social Welfare have threatened the stability of the region by undermining the Dayton Peace Accords and the democratic processes or institutions. Ain't it rich that the United States is talking about destabilizing democratic processes, meanwhile, there's video evidence of voter fraud, video evidence of voters fraudulently being paid to deliver drops to multiple different voting mail drop boxes. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, I bet you'll hear about it pretty soon. And I'm not a Trumpster, so don't get me wrong. I could give a fuck about Trump or Biden. I hope they both burn in hell. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of evidence, video evidence, that points to the fact that the election was stolen by the Democratic National Party, in addition to the DNC stealing the primary from Bernie Sanders as well. We'll leave it at that. Let's move on. Let me see here. Charles, thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Thank you for your support of the think tank. Today's actions by the United States reinforce, supposedly, commitment to promoting the accountability in the Western Balkans, including for those officials who undermine democratic processes or institutions in the Balkans. Let me scoot this over because I can't really see too well. That's better. I'm just going to have to leave it like this. My apologies. Anyway, Marinko Kvara and Alan Saranic have each sought to pursue ethno-nationalistic and political agendas at the expense of democratic institutions and citizens of Bosnia and Herzegovina, said Undersecretary of the Treasury for Terrorism and Financial Intelligence, Brian E. Nelson. Okay, a little bit more bullshit from this guy right there. And it says a little bit bullshit about the Dayton Peace Accords, which supposedly was a hard-won achievement following a war that took an estimated 100,000 lives in the country. The Dayton Peace Accords, which includes the present-day Constitution of BIH, continue to be the basis for BIH's structure of government, Herzegovina. 27 years later, they continue to face challenges from those who manipulate their positions of power, including in favor of their own personal or political interests. As established in the Dayton Peace Accords, BIH... anyway, these two republics, Bosnia and Srpska, which are basically only in existence because of the NATO atrocities committed in my dad's home country of Yugoslavia, in which NATO bombed and killed hundreds of thousands of people. Don't forget, this whole bullshit in Ukraine, America doesn't give a fuck about Ukrainians. America didn't give a fuck about Yugoslavians either. The implications. As a result of today's action, all property and interests in property of the designated individuals that are in the United States or in possession or control of U.S. persons are blocked and must be reported to OFAC. This is the exact same thing happening with Executive Order 14032. Transactions are now blocked and must be reported and prohibited and rejected, and then reported to OFAC within 10 business days. OFAC's regulations generally prohibit all transactions by U.S. persons or persons within the United States that involve any property or interests in property of designated or otherwise blocked persons. So there you have it, folks. New Executive Order 14033, third implementation, adding the presidents of Bosnia and Herzegovina. It looks to me like the war in Russia and the Balkans is ramping up. It looks to me like war with China is ramping up. And at this point, a situation with Taiwan and China is inevitable imminent and incoming sooner than most would like to, than most people are comfortable with. But it's coming. Appreciate you, counterparty risk. I've thought about it, but I don't know if I want to play the politics game. Fuck that. Oh, look at that. My VIX calls are up. Ain't that fucking grand? Let's take a quick look-see and see what the hell's going on. How the fuck are my VIX calls up so much? This is great. Let's take a look. Well, the SPY is up 1.33%, and the VIX is up 1%. You guys want to see some fucked up shit? Here it is. This is the first time since we've been looking at the VIX ultra closely since December of 2021 that I've seen the SPY is up 1.34%, and the VIX is up almost 1% as well. How the fuck is the volatility index up while the S&P, the SPY, is up 1.5%? Meow meow, I've been trading over almost 19 years now. I've been trading since I was 18. I'm 36 years old. Now, we've been watching this, and we've been watching every time the SPY, fuck, sorry about that. Every time the SPY is up anywhere more than a 0.5 percentage point, the VIX just gets torn to pieces. There's a massive amount of volatility occurring here, considering the SPY is up 1.3% at the moment. This is bigger news than it lets on, I think. And I think we may not see the true implications of what's happening until tomorrow or the day after.
Oh, damn. SPY is up. VIX is up 1.09%.
Yeah, and look at the SPY, bro.
I am.
When was the last time we saw this, dude?
I have not seen it.
Evil Martin laugh.
Never. Never. Never, 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 never. People need to realize. I think we're witnessing something extremely historic taking place. Not a historic event. But a moment in history. An inevitable one. The VIX is still hanging out at 25, but the SPY is still up 1.3% at 416. Wow. Redbox is up 11%. NDXT is up 1.93%. The NASDAQ's up almost 2% also. That's fucking hilarious. Okay, heavily shorted stocks. MMAT's down 4.7%. Cost down 1.6%. GameStop down 0.9%. AMC down 2%. Sweet. Smoke them if you got them. Cheers. Bed Bath & Beyond is up 2%. Meanwhile, we're looking at ETF rebalancing right now. This entire month, we're going to be seeing ETF rebalancing. That doesn't mean that I think that the ETF rebalancing is what's causing the SPY pump and the VIX pump. That makes no sense. That makes zero sense. It's got to be coming from somewhere else. The VIX is based off of the options, contracts, and volumes on the SPY. The only way for the SPY to be up and for the VIX to be up at the same time, theoretically, Martin, wouldn't it be as if there's massive volumes of puts on the SPY being taken out at the same time as the price is increasing? I'm not positive, but that's kind of what I'm leaning towards right now. That's what I'm leaning towards right now. Shopify's up 4%, Redbox up 11. Google's up 3.5%. Etsy's up 4%. Let's take a look at the top gainers again. We got DD hanging out at the top, up 48% on the day. Pineapple Energy up 32%. FTC Solar up 30%. You see, you're going to see energy and solar companies up right now because Biden implemented or is talking about creating an executive order today that is going to allow the import of solar panels from countries, like Myanmar and Thailand, for example, for, I think, reduced or no tariffs for a period of 24 months. That's still not going to be long enough. I mean, it's still not going to be enough to make a positive impact on America. For example, look at Tesla's getting the majority of their solar panels from China at the moment. So it's going to take a lot longer than a few months to start importing the amounts of solar panels and energy equipment that we need in this country. Godspeed asks, if Bitcoin goes under 25,000, is that when you load up after MOAS? I can't say, but if Bitcoin goes under 25,000, it could probably lead me to believe that MOAS is coming. Cerberus Cyber Sentinel Corp up 25%. Kanzun Limited American Depository Receipts up 23%. And these are, solar, tech, energy companies. So I think what we're seeing right now, guys, is a market pump on behalf of the executive order tariffs in which Biden is talking about implementing today, or likely has implemented at this point. I suspect it melts away to, if not later today, probably tomorrow. We'll see. ProShares Ultra Bloomberg Oil Futures up 17%. Trading at $130 a contract. Well, a barrel. Sorry. But same shit. And as you can see, let's see this price on June 3rd. Friday we closed at 110.65. We opened at 130. Take a look at this and tell me that the economy is okay. Really, truly. I dare you. You see this chart? That says 110 down there. June 3rd, $110.67. We had a massive gap up to $129.26 is the current price. The volatility in oil is largely due to the issues currently being seen in the macroeconomic perspective, but in addition is being influenced by Executive Order 14032, also known as Executive Order 13959, as amended, which reduces the collateral value of Chinese military-industrial complex companies by 100%. They are not usable as is the contract collateral. They're not usable. They're not tradable from one U.S. person or entity to another. Rodwan, thank you for your support. Think Tank appreciates you, my friend. Welcome. S&P is pumping up 1.4%. The NASDAQ's 1.8% increase, and the Russell 1000 is up 1.4% as well. Let's go back to the watch list and see what's popping. It's a free market, and we want fairness. That's right, Seashells. You're not lying. Matter of fact, AMC's down 2%. I like this a lot. Excuse me while I load my boat. I sold some contracts of other meme stocks that were up today. That gives me the ability to load up on my favorite meme stocks. Damn, those are looking nice and cheap. That's good. That's an angry kid, huh? You hear that? Nope, I don't want this weeklies garbage. Get these weeklies off my fucking page. No, thank you. Man, some of these strike prices have really gotten a lot more sexy in price. Hold on. Listen for it. Wait for it. Come on, close my fucking trade. Love that sound.
That sound always reminds me of like taking a potion in Diablo.
That's a good one. That's actually very indicative of what it does sound like sometimes, doesn't it?
Yep.
Good times.
There's a
back in the
couple of
day
your sounds that
playing
remind
Diablo
me of
2.
stuff like that.
Somebody asks how are we in the red today? I mean, it's absolutely normal for a stock to be in the red, especially during the ETF rebalancing. What's happening is some stocks are being moved from one indices to another. You know, like for example, AMC should move from the Russell 2000 to the Russell 1000 based on market cap and the date of implementation, and that's going to be happening this month. So as certain ETFs are sold off or certain shares of an ETF are sold off, it causes a reduction in the stock price. If that stock is then removed from said ETF, if the ETF increases in value, that stock will no longer increase in value. It is a form of market manipulation. It is then put into a new ETF. I'm sorry, I said ETF, I meant to say indices. It's then moved to the new indices, like the Russell 1000, for example, which can then be shorted after it's inserted into it, causing further deflation of price. Market manipulation. Native Gamer, I think Amazon's 20-to-1 stock split is desperation collateral. Desperation move for these guys. I think that's a lot of what's preventing, or a lot of what's providing liquidity for today is due to the stock split of Amazon. A lot of these FangMat stocks that are currently getting stock splits, I believe, is in order to assist these guys heavily. And all right, AMC's down 2.5%. I'm sorry, my friends, but this is probably going to be the only meme stock channel in which you'll see people actively cheering for the stocks to go down. I know it may seem counterintuitive, but to each his own. My thesis is, if the stock goes down, it will come up much harder. And as you saw with Volkswagen, they always come down before they rip. And you guys trade dry ships? Because I remember making a lot of fucking money in dry ships. And losing some money too. But it was a fun one. It was an interesting one. In 2016, dry ships soared 1,500% amidst an epic short squeeze.
Wait, you're telling me the stock market existed before AMC and GME?
Funny. Good point, though. Good point. But yeah, it did. I remember back then I was playing dry ships and making some really good money. And I was losing money, then I was making money. I was like, what the fuck is going on? What kind of pump and dump is this? Then I realized dry shares jumped up 70% on a Tuesday to $73 on a huge volume surge. 10 million shares changed hands that day, 20 times the stock's average daily volume. which was around the time under $500,000. It had been as high as $102 a share earlier in the session and was up from $4.56 from last Tuesday's close. Remember, this article is from November 15th, 2016. Around this time, I was in dry ships and I was making money. I was losing money. I was trying to figure out what the hell was going on and how, why, and where. And I was just terrified. I thought it was a fucking pump and dump. And to an extent, I believe that it was from the reverse stock splits and such. But then I started realizing that a lot of it was due to the fact that they wanted to squeeze short sellers. I just didn't know it at the time. Dry ships undertook a 1-for-4 reverse split when the stock was trading at $1 a share, then engineered a 1-for-15 reverse split at the start of November. As a result, there were over 1 million shares of the stock in the public float, opening the door for exactly what's happened now, a short squeeze of dramatic proportions. According to the website shortsqueeze.com, 1.7 million shares of dry ships were in short sellers' hands as of October's end, up from 300,000 shares 6 months ago. They said what has taken place, though, is the remarkable impact of the short selling market. With short interest in the stock spiking, short sellers have to scramble to gain the shares needed to cover their bets before the market completely gets away from them. The more the market moves against them, the more ferocious the competition to acquire these shares become. Excuse me one second. Be right back. So this isn't something new to the stock market. AMC isn't the first heavily shorted stock. GameStop isn't the first heavily shorted stock. They're just some of the ones that are amongst the most heavily shorted, in my opinion, and are owned by retail, which is what prevents these guys from closing out. The same thing that we just read is the reason why Robinhood is unable to fulfill orders for a measly $160 worth of shares. They were able to fulfill $13.87 for the entire day of December 14th. They filled half a share because they couldn't find any fucking shares. It's the same reason GameStop sold on January 28th for $9.34 in the morning for half a share, sold for $5,124.50 a share. The market was shut down, and then the position close only happened, and the buy button was taken away. Same fucking reason. Because when short squeezes happen, these guys have to fetch the share at whatever price. Times have changed. Retailers have figured out what happened with dry ships and Toys R Us and Blockbuster. We've said enough's enough. I like this stock, and I want to own it. You're not fucking taking it from me. Not for $1,000 a share, motherfuckers. Pardon my French if you're listening at the office. Well, sorry. Sorry, not sorry. AMC's at $12 a share now. $3.13. I like it. Excuse me. But I like that a lot. That's amazing. I can't believe how cheap some of these are. It's phenomenal.
Hopefully everybody's loading up.
People have to do what's best for their financial situation and their risk tolerance, you know? Love that fucking sound. That's what I'm talking about. Don't
I was
short
wrong. It's actually
earnings.
the portal sound. That's what that is. The town portal.
For those of you that are unaware, the United States 10-year Treasury yields are back above 3%, the highest since May 18th. Yield curve inversion incoming. Mullen Automotive is going to be added to the Russell 2000, 3000. That's great. $24 the money's 2 for the money, says AMC under 12. Hope it hits $10 for big buys. My man. Some of my VIX calls are up 400%. Some of my GameStop calls are up 800% right now. Ain't that grand? Why is the SEC ignored the fact that 35% of the AMC float is on loan? 90% of the float is owned by AMC retailers. Hi, honey. I'm just doing a stream. What are you doing? Okay, good. $181.87 million shares on loan, according to Ortex estimated short interest percent of the free float. Evergrande bonds will be taking a 90% collateral haircut due to their official default by Citibank. And there's a little bit of a tinfoil hat theory going on here that I'm going to share with you guys for the first time. Somebody believes that Metzler's 2024 senior note, a Evergrande's basically senior notes of 10.5% due 2024. There was an event of default which happened, and $3 billion worth of Evergrande dollar notes, basically bonds, were defaulted on May 11th. That's exactly 30 days after the due date of April 11th, 2022. It says that the indenture provides that an event of default occurs if there is a default in the payment of interest on any note when the same becomes due and payable, and such default continues for a period of 30 consecutive days. That was on April 11th. AMC, the morning after, on May 12th, there was a huge run-up into a halt. And a GameStop, also on May 12th, 30 days on the 31st day following the April 11th default of $3 billion worth of Evergrande notes, we saw GameStop have a huge run up as well into a halt. Right, so we saw this 31 days after this Evergrande default of $3 billion worth of dollar bond coupons. The denominations were due in April 2022, 23, and 24. And that's that China Evergrande 10.5% April 2024 dollar note that Dr. Marco Metzler owned and received notice from Citi, the prime broker. It says a reference is made to the indenture dated April 11th, 2019, but as you can see up here, it's dated April 29th, 2022. But the dollar notes have not made payment of interest that was due and payable on April 11th, 2022, pursuant to the indenture governing notes. And again, these become due and payable, and such default continues for a period of 30 consecutive days. After which is what we saw on the May, the May run-up of AMC and GameStop. So to what effect Evergrande will have, what effect will Evergrande have on AMC and GameStop in the immediate short term? I'm not entirely sure. But we'll definitely continue to monitor it. And I can foresee that they're going to continue to default on billions of dollars worth more bonds. And they're going to continue to default further and further. They're currently seeing a 90% haircut on their collateral. That's how they got into this situation May 12th, it seems. We'll keep a further eye on that and any other Evergrande bonds and information that we have. That was a great post. Old Yeller, appreciate you posting that. I'm not sure if you're misinterpreting that. He said this makes sense if this would make sense if the prime broker evaluated the account at the end of the day on May 11th and then rolled out in March, the next trading day on May 12th. AMC and GME went ballistic in minutes and then got halted. After the halt, things got fucked. I don't know if market makers supplied short hedge funds with naked shares to cover their losses or what. Can someone tell me if I'm misinterpreting? No, I don't think you're misinterpreting, my friend. And those shares that get loaned out to the short hedge funds, they're eventually going to be recalled at some point. Whether it be BlackRock or Vanguard or State Street, they're eventually going to start recalling some of their shares. Well, would you look at that, guys? I'd say the market is lost more than half of the gains that we were seeing mere minutes ago. Surprise, surprise. Let me pull it up on my charts too. Nice job, Cinnamon. Look at that. Excellent, excellent, excellent. This sideways bullshit on the Dow Jones, S&P, and NASDAQ is to be expected right now. Pumping and dumping. FX Hedge says dead cat bounce over SPX. Yeah, I'd say. Give this a quick refresh and I'll pull this over to my screen. Ouch. The SPY was just up 1.5%. It has now lost almost an entire percentage point of those gains. The NASDAQ is up 1.68 and the Russell 1000 is up 0.64 at this moment. AMC's down to $12 on the fucking dollar. Let's fucking go! Everybody take a look at Bitcoin. Great. Let me put it up on my broker. This is not my broker. I'm just going to click it and see what Bitcoin's price is on Coinbase. On the 1 hour, It's down a percentage point. Take a look at that. Bitcoin on the 1 hour is down an entire percentage point from 31,745 to a current price of 31,200. That's quite the injection of liquidity
Tesla,
on June
Apple,
today. Go ahead, brother.
Tesla, Apple, Facebook, they're all taking a drop.
Oh yeah, Apple's erased its gains. It's only up half a percentage point now. Facebook is only up 0.3. Let's take a look at Google. Is up 2.4. Google has lost over a percentage point of its gains already. It's up 2.4%. Bior Therapeutics, all the heavily shorted stocks are down. Sundial is down now. Well, Twitter's down 3.2%. And now look at that. The VIX is now up 3.6% to 2569, which is still a ridiculously good deal, in my opinion, on the volatility index. It should be much more expensive than that, but hey, it is what it is. That's market fuckery for you, right? Sundial is flat. Splash Beverage down 1.9%. Look at it. Who gives a shit about Netflix? But that's down half a percentage point at the moment. Bior Therapeutics, formerly known as Progenity, is down 2.5%. It's been about the same. MMAT has now increased losses a little bit more to 4.7% in the red. Marin is down 1% now. Cost is down 1.5%. GameStop's down 2.25%. Express is down 1%. I'd say things are right on track. Beyond Meat's down 1.87%. BBIG is down 0.73%. Oh, look. My shorts on the bond market are up. Surprise, surprise. Bitcoin has lost another quarter of a percentage point, is at 31,251 at the moment on the 1 hour. It's down 1.25%. Gotta love the bots, huh? Non-stop. Thanks to the mods. Thank you, everybody. Moderators, Diaz, Pam, everybody over there. I see you guys. Appreciate you. I know you can't be there all day, but thank you for being there. Wolfie, everybody. Martin, you guys are the best. I'd say things are looking pretty good. Twitter is down because they won't give Musk the bot info, and he said they breached the deal. Well, thanks, Michael. That is, both those seem to be correct, according to my understanding as well. Short interest in securities for New York Stock Exchange, ticker AMC. 181.87 million shares on loan. Cost to borrow is up 61% from 7 days ago. Enough said. Estimated short interest is 23.38%, according to Ortex estimated data. Cost to borrow average has increased to 14.79%. Minimum cost to borrow has increased to 10.49%. And the max is at 15.09% as of right now. This is good. This is phenomenal. Every day that the stock price trades at these levels costs money to market makers and hedge funds and banks that are short the stocks. That's right, Edward. Shares on loans, 181 million, brother. Thanks, Mark. Appreciate you guys. Too kind.
I can't help but think with Vortex releasing the figures they are, how bad is it?
It's fucking bad, man.
Even they can't hide it. Oh, we got to declare some of this is getting beyond ridiculous. Oh my days.
When everything's being hidden, but they still have to declare it 25% almost of short interest, and they can hide so much. That's ridiculous.
It's like trying to keep a fart down in a bath.
Eloquent even with jokes.
Thank you, Marvin.
That's
Thank
why we
everybody
get
in the chat.
We get caught up in the negative, but so much positive. I mean, even Ortex, and everyone goes, "Oh, you can't listen to it." Well, I've been looking at it for 6 to 8 months, and I've never seen it where it is. So why the fuck is it all of a sudden up where it is? Because somebody must be going, "What the fuck?" It's like, you've been doing this for months and months, and you're telling me we got like 12%, 14% short interest. Get the fuck out. Go back and give me some real figures. You know, don't give me it all, for fuck's sake. We're scared of the world. But you've got to do better than what you're doing. Even we can't put that out. Come on now.
It's no lie, brother.
They're watching porn.
Yeah.
Check out the NASDAQ composite. Every time the Fed tightens, there's a massive dump, a pump, and then a sell-off. They've done it once, twice. We're at the top, and we haven't even gotten to the June tightening yet. They haven't even begun. $200 billion worth of assets were purchased last month by the Federal Reserve. Are you fucking kidding me? Eagle Eye, can you mute your mic, brother, please? Give him a little server mute. Unmute him later. Is there any way to do 200 million? Love that. Got some phenomenal. Look at the NASDAQ oscillator down here. If that's not scary, I don't know what the hell is. That's fucking frightening right there. Hey, Wolfie, some people were just wondering where you're from, man. Do you feel like telling them? No, it don't matter.
Yeah, from the UK.
It's from the UK.
No, it's cool. UK. Yeah, and I am English. I have got Scottish heritage, but I am Englisher.
It's how come you've got that awesome accent. I dig it. How you speak American so good?
That's following you for so long. I'm picking up the lingo. And it's right back at you, you know. I know I'm from the UK, but we got different accents, obviously, around the country, same as you. But I can listen to you and Pantheon and others all day for exactly that same reason. You could be telling me, you know, talking about the weather, and I'm like, love it. So,
Appreciate you, brother. Check out this chart of the S&P 500 large cap index. All right, you've got here multiple things. You got geopolitics is completely stalled. Liquidity rates turning downwards. ARK, the investment ETF, is bouncing right along the bottom. It's very unconvincing. Check this out. You got EPOL here, following the same trend. You got ARK. Oh, let me zoom in, scroll down a little bit. Same fucking trend. And liquidity. Same fucking trend. You don't have to take my word for it that liquidity is running out. It's on your fucking screen right here. It's right here next to me. That's liquidity. That's economic conditions, right? And that's ARK ETF. You gonna tell me they don't look similar? And that's the S&P. It's quite simple. Economic conditions, market liquidity, and the stock markets dry up at the same time. Shout out to Callum Thomas for that chart. It's a fantastic chart on Twitter. Follow Callum Thomas if you want to see more shit like that. Here's another one. This is from Ryan Dietrich. June is historically the worst month of the year for stocks during a midterm election year. Always. Here's June right here in the middle. Negative 1.8 on a midterm year. Yet, you're looking at a green stock market right now that's out of liquidity, that's running out of liquidity and is using $2 trillion a day in reverse repurchase program agreements, and a new pawn shop, SFT, regulation was just implemented this week. Today, as a matter of fact. The new SFT rule, I believe, goes into effect and published to the Federal Register today. And it's things like that that provide just enough liquidity to prevent margin calls. But at the same time, as you can see from the S&P now only up 0.6%, the NASDAQ has lost more than half of its gains. The S&P has lost 2/3 of its gains, and the Russell is about the same from where we started this morning. These are ETF call option buys. And you can see that call option buys in exchange traded funds has plummeted from around 18 million contracts to under 3 million contracts for the week ending May 27th, 2022. Go ahead, Wolfie. What's up, brother?
no, go on, mate.
No, that was it.
I was going to say the charts remind me of the Spice Girls. It's like zigga zigga. Old dad jokes, I mean.
I love it. That's funny shit. Ilya says, hello from Russia. Well, hello to you as well. It's great to have you. Thank you for being here with us and supporting the think tank. We're going to make money one way or another, whether the SEC likes it or not, whether the DTC goes bankrupt or not, whether Citadel folds or not. We're going to make a lot of fucking money. That's what I believe. Leveraged ETF trading, long versus short. Volumes. Collapsed. Here is the small cap forward price to earnings ratio. So there was in 2020, this crashed about 57% and are up 15% this year, which is a 250% increase from its low. 250% increase from the forward PE ratio lows at the moment. And that's fine if earnings per share continue to deliver. That's not fine if we go into a global recession, which we're already starting to see. Good news, everybody. The S&P 500 price, after we've dropped now around 15% this year so far, is now only as expensive as it was during the peak of the dot-com bubble. And margins are much, much higher. Interest rates are much, much lower at this moment.
Good news, everyone.
Great. That's phenomenal, isn't it?
Just Professor Farnsworth vibes there.
Yeah. Good news. That's fucking great.
Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. It's all good. We got this. It's all good.
Oh, I mean it in a good
Yeah.
way, you know. My
Oh,
sarcasm.
no, I'm with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I got you. I got you.
It's
I
one of
weren't
those.
telling you to. I was pretending to be the government and the
Oh
mainstream
yeah.
media. And,
Nothing to
yeah.
see here.
Yeah. Move along. Move along. It's all good. We got it. Don't worry.
Man, this is a good chart. Check out this chart. 2008. The cost of recency bias. Actually, let me scoot this over. I got this kind of messed up. So you're going to see this all over again. Look, here's the 2008 time frame movement. Why do we believe that today the market would have the same movement as 2008 if we have many, many, many times the amounts of toxic derivatives on the market? It makes no sense. So even if we did have just a repeat of 2008, that would bring the S&P down to under 1,500. That would bring the SPY under 150. If we had the same things that we saw back in 2008 happen now, that would bring the SPY under $150 a share. But realistically, in 2008, we had about, $40 trillion worth of notional derivatives, and today we've got only $423 trillion worth of notional derivatives in the banking sector alone. If I talk about worldwide notional derivatives, we're talking multiple quadrillions worth of total notional derivatives, which is about hundreds of times the world's GDP. So don't tell me that there's no chance the SPY gets to 150. If we have similar situation, which we know now is compounded about 10 times in the notional derivatives market, and with short sales and naked shorts have compounded many, many times over as well. We're not even talking about other geopolitical and macroeconomic factors here. Just those two things alone put us in a situation where 150 on the SPY is looking almost inevitable.
Sobering thought.
Right? Oh, it's my favorite. This is my favorite. Initial public offerings are down massively. Massively. Look at that. On the S&P, I'm sorry, the filings in last year were up around over $4,500 filings for IPOs. And so far this year, we've seen under 1,000. Well under 1,000, closer to under 500. Nobody's going to IPO right now. Look at how many withdrawals. There was withdrawals just jumped. Their IPO withdrawals from the beginning of 2022 from almost none to almost 500. So that's quite the increase, you know. Shit, even the withdrawals of IPOs are short squeezing.
Is the unicorns going up?
Yeah, man. I think
people going.
Sorry, go ahead.
Are they taking the? Is there more businesses, companies going private as opposed to listing on the markets?
Mm-hmm.
Leave it with me. I'll have a look.
Yeah, they are. People keep asking how come they don't hear about this on mainstream media, and I keep telling them, well, maybe it's because BlackRock owns CNN, Fox News, Time Warner Cable, and MSNBC. Maybe that's why you're not hearing about it. I mean, that's not why you're not getting accurate information on over-leveraged positions that are associated with companies that they own. It would be a clear conflict of interest for BlackRock to lose money by telling you that their companies are in bad shape on their own news networks. It's common sense. This is capitalism. BlackRock doesn't give a shit about you or I. In case you were unaware, 17 SEC employees last year were caught looking up porn. And they make an average of $220,000 per year. One guy spent 8 hours a day looking at pornography, filled his entire hard drive, and had to create DVDs and flash drives in order to store his massive pornography collection. That is what they're doing during work hours, not going after market manipulation.
Makes you wonder what they're doing at home.
I don't even want to know what they're doing at home.
Sleeping, resting.
Yeah, sure.
Recuperate.
Holy shit. Love Peter. So in case, you know, some people weren't so sure about the Chinese invasion, but we have audio, and if anybody speaks Chinese, they're more than welcome to disseminate, but we did have it translated already. Not me personally, but it's already been translated. This is audio leaked of Chinese military meeting discussing the invasion of Taiwan and the defeat of regional U.S. forces by the Guangdong province, which is transitioning to a wartime state. Here it is. This features the Chinese Communist Party's top brass discussing military plans for a Taiwan invasion. You can hear it's in Chinese, so I won't play the whole video. In short, they're ready to go to war. Their goal is to immediately establish a military and non-military garrison, unification, cooperation of the command system in the area and the Taiwan Strait. And again, this is all leaked audio that has been confirmed by various parties. Okay, I'm not going to keep playing that audio. I just wanted to show you that it's actual audio. It's not just some bullshit. They're going to mobilize hundreds of thousands of people, thousands of ships, roll-on, roll-off vehicles, dockyards, grain depots, blood stations, oil depots, gas stations. They've learned from the issues that Russia has had in Ukraine. They're going to mobilize ground forces, militia, national defense, and professional teams. And it's very well laid out and planned out. They've been thinking about this and working on this for a long time. They're going to recruit 15,500 soldiers in 1 month. They're going to mobilize maritime support, ship weaponization, equipment, etc. I'll leave it at this. And President Biden, of course, has said that the U.S. would intervene if China were to invade Taiwan. Meanwhile, the Biden administration is walking back those statements. Who wants to hear somebody from the NSA tell you the truth? Should I say a former CIA spy? This man was killed. This CIA spy is no longer alive, in my opinion, because he was killed for saying this sort of information. Listen to this. This is a former CIA spy, Robert David Steele, talking about stock market manipulation and the fact that the NSA knows everything.
We have it all. All of the illicit wealth in the world has been tracked by the National Security Agency for the past 15 years. We now know beyond a shadow of a doubt that Wall Street has stolen $100 trillion from Main Street with naked short selling. We also know that Wall Street has laundered $100 trillion in dirty money from trafficking in children and women and drugs and guns and gold. I can never tire of saying that 90% of the people in the U.S. government, the U.S. military, the U.S. intelligence community are good people trapped in a bad system. The secret intelligence community serves the deep state. It does not serve the American public. And CIA in particular has been doing torture, rendition and torture, drone assassination, regime change, helping to start wars based on lies, all because war and trafficking in humans and drugs and so forth are a profit center for Wall Street and the deep state. And once the president gets Benny into NSA and processes 100% of what we have at NSA, we have every single one of you by the balls. You cannot survive this. You have one out. The Truth and Reconciliation out is make the deal, motherfucker, or you are going to die.
Hedgies are fucked. I don't believe this man died from COVID. I don't believe that for a second.
Percent of the people.
Former CIA telling us this information? I don't believe this man died from COVID for a second.
All of the illicit wealth in the world has been tracked by the National Security Agency for the past 15 years. We now know beyond a shadow of a doubt that Wall Street has stolen $100 trillion from Main Street with naked short selling. We also know that Wall Street has laundered $100 trillion in dirty money from trafficking in children and women and drugs and guns and gold. I can never tire of saying that 90% of the people in the US government, the US military, the US intelligence community are good people trapped in a bad system. The secret intelligence community serves the deep state. It does not serve the American public. And CIA in particular has been doing torture, rendition and torture, drone assassination, regime change, helping to start wars based on lies, all because war and trafficking in humans and drugs and so forth are a profit center for Wall Street and the deep state. And once the president gets Benny into NSA and processes 100% of what we have at NSA, we have every single one of you by the balls. You cannot survive this. You have one out. The Truth and Reconciliation out is make the deal, motherfucker, or you are going to die.
Make the deal, motherfucker. Kenny, $500,000 a share. Make the deal, motherfucker, or you're going to go broke.
I remember seeing that some time ago, but
Yep.
I obviously wasn't looking. Who else have we heard say $100 trillion has been stolen? Wes Christian. What a coincidence?
Right.
Come on, people, join the dots.
It's a corporate government event. It's a corporate government event panel. Charles Gridante.
Reported properly in the media, that's for sure. The media would let you believe that it was that we need to regulate meme stocks, we need to regulate retail traders.
Look at that. They didn't like. Look at that. They don't, look at the immediate change on their faces.
But in fact, there's another side of the story which points in a different direction. I think we've all been suspicious when we've seen high volume call buying, followed by the stock rising within a week or so, maybe days sometimes. Could be even a month, but we associate the rise in the stock with the excessive call buying and sort of make the conclusion that is very suspicious. The excessive call volume leads to the underlying stock increasing. That is true in part, but there are other things going on. When one party is long the call, they have an asset, there's a counterparty that is short the call and they have a liability. The market makers typically marry people that are doing covered calls.
This is married puts. He's talking about married puts, hiding short interest from a hedge fund on the options chain in the form of failures to deliver via married puts.
With traders that are going long a call. So you have one side going long a call, the market maker looks for someone selling a call and marries the two positions and makes a market. If you have high volume call buying, which is not illegal, the market maker takes the position himself. And as I read in the media, you never hear much about market makers doing this. I mean, they pointed to Citadel, but they don't really explain what goes on. The excessive call buying forces Citadel or any other market maker to take the other side of the position. So now you have the retail traders in GameStop long the call, and you have Citadel or some other market maker short the call.
He's explaining to you the playbook. Charles Gridante is telling you that call options fuck Citadel.
The market maker has an option to do nothing or hedge. Typically
they've done nothing because there's been nothing that's been forcing them to delta hedge up until this executive order 14032. We may not have seen it yet, but I truly believe it will come. And even if it already started on Friday, we won't see it until tomorrow because a lot of it is T2 data.
Market makers don't like to take overnight positions. And most of these calls were for at least 1 day or more. So they will hedge that position, and the hedge of being short a call is to buy the underlying stock. That is what moves the stock.
Gulp.
So in as much as we can marry long call buyers with covered call sellers, nothing happens to the underlying stock other than information flow about the stock causing the stock to go up for fundamental reasons or technical reasons, momentum, moving day average.
Let's hear that one more time, in case you didn't get that.
Information marry
as long as we can marry
buyers with covered call sellers, nothing happens to the underlying stock other than information flow about the stock causing the stock to go up for fundamental reasons or technical reasons, momentum, moving day average, whatever. But insofar as the volume on the long side exceeds the natural offsetting volume on the short side, the selling side, the market maker steps in, must hedge their position, and that creates the balloon up. Now, I watch CNBC, I watch Bloomberg, I read all this stuff, and I don't. Has anybody heard that explanation? Great, but I'm very disappointed, and it's not uncommon that even the regulators.
Liam Neeson, who sat next to him,
I think they understand
he must be
this.
thinking, this is the toughest acting job they've ever given me.
Knock off Liam Neeson. No, oh man, he looks so fucking upset. He doesn't even know what to do right now.
I'm not trained well enough to act this one out. Please shut up.
Look. He's like, even not. It's not uncommon. Even the regulators
are just starting to. I think they understand this. I mean, the ones in senior positions, but they don't know how to handle it. Now there are other things, and I'll give it back to you but there are other things that need to be discussed in the situation because the market maker, in an effort to support now the short seller, Melvin Capital, they will typically borrow the stock, as I think everybody here knows that. They borrow the stock, give it to the short seller. They actually sell it. It never goes to the short seller. Everything stays on the books of the market maker.
And you want to run, the whole body from the neck down just won't move. That's the look you pull.
These guys from Citadel are not happy. This guy's Gridante explains everything, but most people are not smart enough to understand what he's saying. That's why I'm trying to break it down for those that don't get it.
They borrow the stock, give it to the short seller. They actually sell it. It never goes to the short seller. Everything stays on the books of the market maker. They sell the stock. They put the cash on their books, memo credit to Melvin Capital, and that's collateral against the short. And that's the typical short selling. But that's not what happened with GameStop. It did in the beginning, but when the short...
So... I'm not exactly sure why, but my Biora, B-I-O-R, calls went up 900% earlier. Here you go. See if you can see that right there. Biora is up 900% right there. It's fucking nuts. Only got one of those right now on this particular account. I have no idea why. The bid-ask spread is currently 1 cent to 1 cent, but apparently at some point that the ask was at 49 cents, which is $49 for a contract that's currently trading for $1 on BIOR. So, shit, I might just pop that puppy up there for 99 cents and see what happens. I paid nearly nothing for it, but anyway, I digress.
What happened with against the short? And that's the typical short selling. But that's not what happened with GameStop. It did in the beginning, but when the shorting got out of hand on the hedge fund side of the fence, the market makers created synthetic shorts. And that's a whole other issue, and we can talk about that. But the synthetic shorting and naked shorting, which is illegal, a market maker can execute naked shorts insofar as they're facilitating a trade. They're not to facilitate someone shorting a position for an extended period of time. So the regulators are looking at that now as to whether or not there was this naked shorting by the market makers on behalf of the hedge funds in order to facilitate the shorts. And I think they're going to uncover that there were some issues there, which gets me to a final point.
He needs another drink of water.
The penalty for naked shorting is really not significant enough to stop it. Citadel and Goldman and all of the players get fined constantly for doing this. As long as it's not intentional and never is intentional, they get fined. And I think one of the things we need to do is discuss increasing the fines for this lapse of memory and inefficiency in the system.
Oh, look at him, he's smug bastard.
To the point where people wake up and pay attention. Right now, the fines are insignificant. So I have more to say on that, but that's just a taste of where I'm going.
You know what? I think the think tank should reach out to Mr. Charles Gridante and see if we can get him on the think tank. I think that's what I'm gonna fucking do.
That would be awesome. But hey, boss,
it's
you think the guy on his left, you think his palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy, perhaps? Soon they will give him on his sweater.
Taste of where I'm going.
He's thinking of all the people they could have sat me next to.
Yeah, these pricks from Citadel, man. They're trying so hard not to say something, not to laugh. Look, he can't hold his laughs back because he knows it's true.
Well, you only get one shot to not lose your chance to cover.
I mean, we're very
yeah, he opens his mouth, but the words won't come out. He's choking. How? Everybody's joking now. The clock's run. Time's up. Over. Wow!
Oh, that's right. Is there 182 million shares on loan? Is the cost to borrow up 61% from 7 days ago? Oh, that's right, it is. How about utilization? Is that 100%? Yeah, it sure fucking is on AMC. Who's got the GME one? I want to see that 280% cost to borrow again. Holy shit.
That could have done. He did a couple of other interviews as well. They're out there.
Yeah, he did. And as we said earlier, market gains are melting away. As we predicted this morning, the S&P is now only up 0.4%. The NASDAQ is up 0.89%. And the Russell 1000 is up 0.46%. Why? Because liquidity issues abound.
5 to settle.
Listen to this.
It's got to be technology of where I'm going.
It's just a taste of where I'm going.
I have more to say on that, but that's just a taste of where I'm going. Well, it's got to be technology. I mean, we were very paper intensive. In my early days, you had trade date plus 5 to settle, and it was paper. And when we had the crash,
T plus 5
in '87, it took 2 weeks to settle trades that happened on the day, the Friday and the Monday after the crash. So that's the main thing. I think technology is the answer to any question like what's the difference between now and before. But
right. So everything has greatly increased in speed.
Yeah. But I think getting back to my points and retail now is a big player.
Retail, we are the whale.
And GameStop shows how important it is to address that sector.
Well, Charles, is that because trades are free now? I mean, back in '87, it would have cost $50 to call your broker and trade, right? Is that why? Do you think that's incorrect?
Well, the trading was more expensive. The bid-offer spreads were wider, and most of the velocity trading was done by institutions that had a moral compass. Not that as a matter of fact, I'm in favor of what the Reddit boys did.
Look at this guy. Look at how fucking worried he is. Like, he just said moral compass. Holy shit. I got to share this with all you guys in Ape Chat, just in case you want to follow along. I know you can see it over there, but this is fucking phenomenal. Let me share my screen with you guys. Where the hell is it at?
While you're doing that, did everyone pick up on the fact that when that guy eventually speaks, he tries to take it back to the narrative of it's only because we're gaming the market?
Yep.
So when Gridante's talking, not once do I hear him blame retail for anything. I hear him give a coherent, professional explanation of what's gone on relating to GME and obviously other meme stocks to a degree. But he don't mention us in a derogatory way. He don't talk down to us. We're not dumb. But the other guy, whoever is speaking, he wants to take him away from where he possibly go. Oh, I could go on and on, Gridante said. Well, the first thing the guy opposite him says is, what about, the gamification? Do you remember when we had the hearing and they come out, gamification was an issue, payment for order flow was an issue, not hedge funds are an issue, or naked shorting's an issue, or it's got out of hand is an issue. Fuckers, man, every time.
I mean, he pretty much flat out says that current institutions are shady as fuck, as opposed to back in the day when they had moral compasses.
This is a great post by FezApe801. And as you guys can see here, you're looking at the volume here and then the price. This is the OBV, on balance volume, okay? And when the on balance volume stays high and the share price goes low, it is an extremely bullish signal. If you don't know what OBV is, go Google it. I'm down with OBV. Yeah, you know me. Go check it out for yourself if you don't know what it means. It means retail hasn't sold, even though the price has been shorted to the shitter. If retail sold, the on balance volume, the volume literally, the on the balance, would have decreased. Quite simple, isn't it? Go fucking Google it. Don't take my word for it. But that's the OBV in orange. Look at the way the OBV went up. Price shot up because of the gamma ramp and the FOMO buying and the calls that had to be delta hedged during the January 2021 executive order. And then in June, we had the May 27th executive order, caused price to start shooting up, FOMO buying, gamma ramp, calls, delta hedging, up we go to $72 on AMC. And guess what? Retail didn't fucking sell. We saw some paper-handed bitches like Trey's Trades right here selling off. Oops, did I just say that out loud? And then people continued to buy back. And they
people think
I didn't fucking leave.
People think I'm a dreamer. When I said we went from 80%, Adam Aaron proudly said we owned 80% of the float. Then he came out months later and said we own 90% of the float.
Right.
And people think I'm a dreamer. He can't prove it. He don't know. There's the receipts right in front of your eyes. Go and look it up.
He can't lie
I don't
about
just
it.
speak because I've got nothing better to say. I say it because it's something I've learned or seen or become aware of. So, no fuckers selling.
Peripheral got an obligation to tell the truth. They know that.
Trust me, bro. Shit.
They know based on their share counts that retail has 90% of the 513 million shares based on the amount of shares that retail owns. So that puts us right around 490, 500 million shares almost of AMC of the 513 million existing, not including the billions and billions of synthetic shares and naked shorts and married puts, divorced puts, shorts marked as long, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, rehypothecations. I could just keep going on and on. But what's the point of that? You guys have heard it from me 100 times.
And to drive that home with that OBV, put something like Apple or put one of the blue chips up if we can find the chart with the same, because that shows you what that orange line at the top, just 100% spell it out, or anyone who's just waking up to what's going on. Don't show them when the orange line goes down. When people,
they don't look the same. Apple doesn't look like that. Facebook, GameStop, I'm sorry, not GameStop, Google, none of the other stocks have an OBV that remains high as the price goes low, unless they're heavily shorted, for the most part.
When the price goes down, so does the orange line. Generally,
right?
Unless people ain't selling it.
If people are selling it, shorted. The OBV goes down. If people aren't selling it, the OBV stays up, and it's increased. It's higher than it was with the $77 mark on AMC. More people own it now than they did at that point. There was 100 million shares on loan in June of last year. There's currently 181 million shares on loan. What do you think's coming next?
But Viagra after the climax.
Whew.
Did I say that out?
I might need to see a doctor. This erection's been over 4 hours.
over 8 months.
Let's take a look at the SPY.
We're going to be like the SEC employees.
Gee, boys, the SPY is now only up 0.27%. Oh, wow. Oh, I take that back. We're at 411.53. It's only up a quarter of a percentage point now. It has erased almost all of its gains, and it's just ticking away. Liquidity is falling off the edge of the cliff. The volatility index is up 3.67% now. And finally, the UVXY, the VIXY, and the VXX start to turn around. Barclays is going to be delisting the VXX, isn't that correct? Is that the one that's getting delisted? I think they confirmed it because it was no longer tracking the SPY. I'm pretty sure it was the VXX. If I'm incorrect, please, correct me on that one. I don't want to accidentally give out wrong information.
I kind of sure it was the VXX, yes.
Thanks. I thought so. TBT, ProShares Ultra Short 20-Year Treasury has increased 2.79% as Treasury bonds continue to fall. And yield prices, the cost to borrow these bonds, has continued to increase and is over $3 for the 10-year yield. It's for the first time since May 18th of this year. The Dow Jones Industrial Average has erased all of its gains and is completely flat. Executive Order 140032 is in full effect. Evergrande is in default. Potentially, we're going to be so fucking rich by default and executive order of the President of the United States. Facebook is now down a full percentage point. GameStop is down 4.34. AMC is down 4%. Under $12. And it's looking great, in my opinion. I'm not surprised in the slightest to watch these stocks go down right now. They're going to follow the SPY until they reach a tipping point where margin collateral no longer is sufficient to maintain the stock price, and margin will need to be increased either by selling assets and buying back shorts sold, not yet purchased, or both. The QQQ has erased all of its gains for the day. It is completely flat. Shopify is losing its gains. Splash Beverage continues to go down. It's down 3%. Snap's down 1.8%. Excellent. Let's keep going with Charles Gradante. Let's see what he has left to say here, because this is one very intelligent individual who's been in the industry for many years. He's in favor of what we've done.
As a matter of fact, I'm in favor of what the Reddit boys did and girls.
He's in favor of what the retail investors have done. This man was in the industry in 1980s when the 87 crash happened. He remembers it. It used to take 5 days to process trading information, 2 weeks for trades to happen.
I'm in favor of what the Reddit boys did and girls. They were right in what they did, so I'm not knocking
one more time.
them.
And this is coming from a hedge fund manager, so that's.
But an institution would never push the system.
Oops, they're a little concerned, aren't they?
And girls. As a matter of fact, I'm in favor of what the Reddit boys did and girls. They were right in what they did, so I'm not knocking them.
And this is coming from a hedge fund manager, so that's.
But an institution would never push the system that far because the regulators would come down on them and saying, in other words, the question you have to ask yourself, well, why didn't a hedge fund do what Keith Gill did and his followers? Because a hedge fund would do that to a certain point and then cut it because the SEC would be in on them.
He said that hedge funds would do the exact same thing that Keith Gill did, deep fucking value, DFV, back in January, and then cut it because the SEC would be up their ass.
push the system that far because the regulators would come down on that.
Who was it who said he
saying-
wants to see
In other words,
Biden
the question you have to
coming on
ask
the
yourself,
telly
well, why
all
didn't a hedge
stuttering
fund
and,
do
now, come on
what
now.
Keith Gill did
No reasoning.
and his followers? Because a hedge fund would do that to a certain point and then cut it because the SEC would be in on them.
I see. So when the retail players rallied together, there was no. I guess there wasn't a single target, or is that why why wouldn't they be? Why wouldn't they go after them?
Well, if Goldman Sachs tried to execute a short squeeze, they have executive management that at some point would have said, "We've made enough money, now cut it out," because the SEC will be on our backs, and we don't need those two-bit no good. So that's important. Whereas the retail guys just said, hey, if Plotkin can short, over 100%, or Plotkin and his cohorts could short over 100% of the float, why can't we buy enough calls equal to 100% of the outstanding or the float? So it was an even up playing field, just that the moral compass is different. The hedge funds got a little bit of a more moral compass, not that much more, but a little bit more.
Well, and Charles, I think you told me that it doesn't take a rocket scientist to realize there's a risk of a squeeze when you have over 100% of the float.
I was
short.
surprised when they had the congressional hearing that they tried to set the retail side up for a fall. But it's really the hedge fund world. I mean, poor risk management. Oops. Once you see the exchanges reporting that management, the hedge fund world. I mean, poor risk management. Once you see the exchanges reporting that 100% of the float is being shorted, and there's synthetic shorts to carry it up to 140%. Or thereabouts. It only takes a 10% move in the stock to start some shorters to think about covering the short. Most hedge fund managers will start covering their losses if they're long and the stock goes down 10%. At 10% is sort of the demarcation. And if they're short and it goes up 10%, they start covering. There's a simple mathematics. If the stock goes from 100 to 90, you only need 10%, 10.5% to get back to break even. So you start cutting your losses at that point. At 20%, you either double down or cut the position out altogether.
Now, Charles, I want to ask you about something I think we've discussed in the past. We're obviously very, very big fans of NASDAQ here, but I was talking to a NYSE market maker, and he said he felt sick to his stomach that day when you could only put in sell orders for that list of stocks. How did that come about?
Well, like I was alluding to before, the market makers were basically selling to Robinhood and the Reddit crowd naked calls long, and they were short the call.
They sure were.
Because it's double entry accounting.
Wait a second. Look at this. They pan across. Look at this fucking look on these guys' faces.
Selling to Robinhood and the Reddit crowd naked calls long.
Uh-oh. Look at them.
They were short the call. Because it's double entry accounting. Somebody's long and somebody's short. And the market makers did
you
not
ever had to go and
hedge
speak in front of the headmaster? You got your mum and dad sat
But then
there.
when they started
We've
hedging,
got them all,
because the volume of
sat
calls went to the
at
point where it became dangerous, the
Oh,
hedge to a
that's
short
right.
call is to either buy another call or buy the stock.
Oops.
And it's much easier to go in and buy the stock electronically than to start. So they bought
not
the stock,
happy.
and then buying the stock, they were moving the price up. And their attitude was, this call buying will stop, so let's buy the stock, hedge our current position, and hope that the buyers of these calls stop. But they didn't. They just kept going and going and going. So the buying of the long stock on the short call became the issue. And so they got to the point where stock
Listen to that again.
They didn't. They just kept going and going and going. So the buying of
This community has been infiltrated by shills paid, in my opinion, directly from market makers to make people think that calls are bad. Calls are not bad for us. Calls are not bad for retail. Sure, you could lose some money. Absolutely. But guess who's going to lose a lot more money if they have to delta hedge for these calls? Listen.
The buyers of these calls stop, but they didn't. They just kept going and going and going. Hope that. So let's buy the stock, hedge our current position and hope that the buyers of these calls stop. But they didn't. They just kept going and going and going. So the buying of the long stock on the short call became the issue. And so they got to the point where the exchanges and regulators were aware that market makers were becoming illiquid. They had to settle these trades, and they need capital to do that. And they were spending their capital, which is on the to cover the short call. And then that's what blew it. And then they had to stop buying the stock. No more buying the stock unless you're Plotkin or hedge funds where you're short
Right,
and you want to reduce your risk. But no more buying for speculation. You can buy to cover a short.
Unreal.
And then we can back that up with Peterfy when he was talking last year.
Yep.
When he was panicking on CNBC saying about if people had exercised their call options. You can go back and see that. He was saying it, I mean, basically, he was saying it was a complete meltdown if people would have done that.
It would have crushed the financial system if people had exercised their calls.
Yep.
Buying calls and exercising calls after making money on premium will crush the fucking market makers.
To cover the short call. And then that's what blew it. And then they had to stop buying the stock. No more buying the stock unless you're Plotkin or hedge funds where you're short.
They literally forced us to stop buying the stock because short hedge funds needed it so fucking bad. Guess why buy and hold works. I'm not a financial advisor, but if these guys can't buy the fucking stock, the price goes higher.
Right,
and you want to reduce your risk, but no more buying for speculation. You can buy to cover a short.
There you go, folks. From a hedge fund manager himself, been in business since the 1980s, Charles Gradante gave you the whole fucking scoop from beginning to end on how Gabe Foreskin and Citadel Securities and Melvin Capital got into this fucking problem. And these assholes are trying to have people infiltrate the community, say that buying calls are bad. Buying calls is not bad. The market makers doesn't make shit off of your few calls compared to the amount of premium they have to fucking pay out. Have you ever been to optionsprofitcalculator.com? Check it out. I'm not fucking leaving. Not for any $1,000 a share. Fucking laugh at $1,000 a share. Don't get me wrong. I'll have made plenty of profits by then. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to be holding vast amounts of my position. Vast amounts of my position. Way fucking higher. Exercising calls for premiums. I'm sorry. Selling calls for a premium. And then I will exercise some of my calls as well. Because I want to gamma ramp my foot right up Ken Griffin's ass. Theoretically and figuratively. Let's take a look at the S&P. Still down still up 0.26%. It's completely flat now. It's just stopped moving. It's like hanging on for dear life at this point. As is the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ has lost all of its gains. It was up almost 2%. It's now up 0.17%. Yep, it's about that time. About noon. That figures. Here's the SPY for the day. Got pumped up pretty nicely. What were we at here on the high? 416.61 was our high. On 22 million volume. There's no volume on the SPY right now. The average daily volume of the SPY is 102 million. We're halfway through the day, and we've seen 22%, 22.3% or so of the actual daily volume so far on the SPY. Why do you think that is? You think AMC and GameStop and meme stocks are the only things being suppressed and being manipulated? It's the entire fucking market. This is why they call me the Butcher of Wall Street. I didn't come up with that nickname. I didn't come up with the nickname Boss Blunts. People started calling me that. And I just went with it. $22.4 million volume so far today on the SPY. There's no volume yet. There's no volume. Like the little bit of volume we had so far was just enough to pump the SPY up to 416 today from the open of 412. Now we're below the open at this point. We opened at 412.80. We opened at 412.80 and the SPY's at 411.63, and we're supposedly still up a quarter of a percentage point. Does that add up to anybody? Does that add up to you? Because it doesn't add up to me. Last time I checked, if I had $412.80 in my bank account and then I went down to $411.55, that's not a 0.25% increase. But hey, what do I know? Maybe Trey's trades math is better than mine. Maybe Citadel Securities math is better than mine. I don't fucking know. Yeah, that's not looking good at all. We're missing a lot of volume on the stock market for a reason. I believe that they've been holding back the negative buying. I'm sorry. I believe they've been holding back the selling pressure. And that's why we've only seen about 22% of the average daily volume so far today. There's a complete lack of liquidity. Apple has lost all its gains. It's almost flat. Amazon's up 1.8%. But again, they underwent a stock split of 20-1, which is going to positively influence their stock price because people are going to want to get in at $124.50 a share and so on. Analysts' opinions of a related stock, Etsy's fundamentals are coming down. In the past, this led to an increase in Amazon price. Oh, surprise, surprise. Moving of money from one to another. That's all this is, people, is a redistribution of wealth. And it doesn't matter if that wealth comes from Amazon or Bitcoin or treasury bonds or real estate. It doesn't matter where that money comes from. It doesn't matter if it comes out of the SPY. It's going to go somewhere. And I believe it's going to go into heavily shorted meme stocks. Like, look at this. Now, Metamaterials is down 5%. Cost is down 4.46%. IWM is in the red. JP Morgan's down 0.25% now. Harley Davidson's down 1% almost. Google was up 4% today. Is only up 1.76 at this moment. GameStop down 4%, etc. Got another 3.5 hours of selling off, it seems like, in my opinion. SLV, iShares Silver Trust, is at $20.36. Ten-year Treasury note, 30.31, up 2.5% today almost. This being up is bad. It's the cost to borrow the 10-year notes, for those that are unaware. Tesla is completely flat on the day now. Ain't that interesting? Highcroft Mining is a little flat. Ader is down almost 5%. Tilray is down almost 5%. ARK ETF is down 1%. Ocugen Inc. is down 3.93%. Ocugen is the stock that ran 5,200% in February of 2021. Mullen Automotive is up 8.6% still for the day. I'm sure it's going to get shorted down a little bit further. I mean, I would suppose it is. Nothing's for sure, right? Sleepy Joe. Hey, did anybody notice that Ryan Cohen, excuse me, did anybody notice that Ryan Cohen tweeted "Power to the Players" just after market close on June 3rd? I noticed. I also noticed that on May 3rd, he tweeted about General So
General So is a dead Chinese military general. Much like the Chinese military Chinese military industrial complex stocks that have been rendered trash by Executive Order 14032. Did you guys see that New Zealand Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern was filmed leaving BlackRock headquarters on Saturday? What a coincidence, huh? What a coincidence. Andre says Ryan Cohen tweeted last night and this morning. That's right. I got to go check it out. Let's go see what Ryan Cohen said.
Your PM fucked.
Hedgies are fucked. As of Friday, June 3rd, Interactive Brokers has restricted the short selling of GameStop. I wonder which meme stock is next. Meme stocks? You know, Investomania, said the SEC. Better research that shit. And so basically, apes own 90% of the float and won't let short sellers close their positions. And in the meantime, AMC's buying up theaters and gold mines. Damn, hedgies are fucked. We're going to be so fucking rich. Don't forget, if you didn't hold something of deep value, the SEC, mainstream media, wouldn't spend money on shitty ads to disparage your investment choices. When was the last time they told you to sell your Facebook shares? Good times. It's been a fun weekend, that's for sure. I'm gonna have to make this my new background. This one was great. Thanks to Pantheon AMC. Make sure you guys check him out on YouTube if you're not following Pantheon AMC. He does an excellent job. Does an excellent job covering the markets as well. Gotta love it. This was Occupy Wall Street following the 2008 market crash, in which these assholes were staring down at broke Americans, homeless Americans that have lost their pensions and savings and IRAs and 401ks, laughing at them, sipping champagne, waving to the crowd.
How awesome would it be to have a before and after picture of these same assholes?
That'd be pretty fucking great, I gotta say. The sense of entitlement to steal hundreds of trillions of dollars from Main Street and then laugh in their faces as you sip champagne and take pictures of them to mock them. And you think I'm selling for $1,000 a share? Fuck you. Not fucking happening. That, my friends, is the retail vote.
She can't come in the house.
No, she really wants.
Is she?
This is the annex published on June 7th, 2021. This is the list of companies that became worthless collateral on June 3rd, 2021. Oh, wait, but that's not all. Here's the rest of the list. Oh, wait, but that's not all. On February 16th, 2022, the U.S. Treasury added 30 more companies to this list.
Hedgies are
Fucking
so
Billy
fucked.
Mays. But wait, there's more.
You got it, didn't you? Man, this shit, AMC, it's like a fucking Ronco cooker. You just set it and forget it.
Yes.
That's fucking great. Holy
Perfect.
shit. This isn't even the full list of companies because like in February it was increased. But you got aerospace companies, avionics, national offshore oil companies, shipbuilding companies, electronics companies, nuclear power companies, communications, telecom, aircraft, you name it. Unicom, networks, engineering, marine companies, space companies, capital, hedge funds, rocket companies, measuring instruments, manufacturing international companies, space satellite companies, Huawei Technologies, the phone manufacturer.
That's funny. I was about to say Huawei.
Yep. Also trading on extremely low volume. Huawei's trading at about less than half of its daily volume at the moment as well. I wonder why. Maybe because it's nobody in America can buy or sell it. Semiconductor Manufacturing International Corporation. John Corsetti says Citadel Securities has $64 billion in assets and $65.7 billion in shorts sold, not yet repurchased. Or should I say short sold, not yet purchased. And that's using fair value accounting standards, which do not account for the price of a stock during a short squeeze. They account for the price of a stock at the current price. So that's $65.7 billion in shorts sold, not yet purchased by Citadel Securities is likely to be maybe 5 or 10 times that amount or more. Modern Land China has declared Chapter 15 bankruptcy. They had an 81-day suspension on the Hong Kong exchange. Fitch has withdrawn Evergrande from ratings agencies, and Dr. Marco Metzler of DMSA, Deutsche Market Screening Agency, has received confirmation that Evergrande is in full default of their bond. They defaulted on April 11th, and I believe that's why we saw the May 12th run-up of AMC and GameStop. Interesting shit, huh? That's where we stand. We're going long format on this, baby. UK's Prime Minister. We can't spend our way out of inflation. No shit. Maybe he should call J-Pow. Maybe he should call Janet Yellen and explain to them what printing money does to the economy and to the value of the dollar. Because apparently the UK's Prime Minister, Johnson, knows more about inflation than the Federal Reserve. He says we need to cut costs for families and businesses. We can't tax our way to growth. We can't spend our way out of inflation. Great. Look at this asshole. Canadian Prime Minister Trudeau states that China's harassing of United Nations aircraft patrolling and enforcing North Korean sanctions is irresponsible and provocative. China is putting people at risk. What a fucking tool. Do you see a lot of the same things that we just saw with Russia happening? I hope you do. Almost, thanks to Caleb Franzen for posting this. Almost all gains on TLT have been erased. We're hitting 2018 lows. This is the 20-year Treasury bond, ETF, TLT. And it's the same thing we saw in 2018. Back to year-to-date lows. It's either going to break down or rebound. How the fuck is this going to rebound? For real. Anybody? You know, come on. You don't have to give me the answer because we all know the real answer here. How is this going to rebound? Is the Fed going to lower interest rates? Are they going to print more money? Are they going to stop quantitative tapering before they've even started? They haven't stopped buying shit. $200 billion worth of securities were purchased in the month of May by the Federal Reserve. That's 53 billion more than they're selling. And that's supposed to be tapering? What a joke. They haven't done anything yet. All they've done is talk. The Federal Reserve hasn't even started to unwind their balance sheet and the market's falling apart. What the fuck do you think's coming next? Let them print more money. See what that does to hyperinflation. We're going to turn into Venezuela in a heartbeat. People will be flipping fucking cars and looting grocery stores because there'll be nothing to fucking eat. Wall Street will be potentially razed to the ground. And I'll leave it at that. Not by anybody for any specific reason other than the fact that they probably will have lost the vast majority of their life savings. And will likely not have much to live for in the same way that people were doing in the Occupy Wall Street in 2008 when rich pricks were throwing themselves off of buildings after losing their life savings. And poor people were struggling to feed their families after losing what little money they had. But that's not the road to recovery there, Biden. I can assure you that. Man, I can't believe this has such few shares. We got to retweet this. It's sad that few people understand the implications of the things that are happening around us and the amount of time it takes most people to figure it out. I'd rather be early than late. You're either on time or you're late. There's no such thing as early. Nobody can get in the market or out of the market at the exact right time. So you've got to be properly positioned no matter what. The NASDAQ composite turns negative. Thanks, Zero Hedge. And that's even with Fed speakers on mute this week. No shit. No shit. Take a look. I'm trying to get my account up here. There we go. Here's my watch list. U.S. response to North Korean missiles. United States and South Korea fired 8 missiles from 4 different locations in the Eastern Sea during a test this Monday morning. Wow, we might go to war with North Korea and China. Interesting. I had not even thought North Korea would step into this. It crossed my mind, but I didn't really give it serious consideration in the sense that I didn't think that Kim Jong-un wanted that. Maybe he's testing his capabilities, testing the waters, and thinks that America might have their hands full with Russia and with China, and potentially let North Korea make a go at South Korea, which could be extremely damaging to Taiwan, Ukraine, South Korea, America, and NATO.
You never know what these guys are going to fucking do. In that sense. NASDAQ composite is completely flat. S&P is up 0.38. The Russell is up 0.4% at the moment. Excellent. Exceptional. The VIX is still hanging out strong at 2550. The SPY is up 0.37%. Is it just me, or is the VIX finally starting to increase in price a little bit in the way that it's supposed to? Jesus Christ, it's only Monday and it's not even fucking noon Central Time yet. Holy shit, this is... Okay, this is going to be a fun week. This is going to be a fun week. Confirmed.
You gonna be streaming every day?
I have no idea yet, brother. From the looks of it, I might be.
Good. Got building to do.
You got some building to do? Great.
Yes.
BBIG's getting a little action right now.
It's up 3.5% at this point. Oh, that's not too shabby. Affirm Holdings is down 2.6%. For a company that makes as much money as Affirm, that kind of goes to show you that even people making payments and taking out loans are down. For Affirm to be down 2.6%. What an idiot. No, this is not true, people. Amazon had a stock split. Don't believe that bullshit if you're watching my screen. The U.S. has charged Roman Abramovich with exporting U.S. origin Gulfstream Boeing aircrafts to Russia without license. The United States is looking to seize a Boeing 787, a Gulfstream 650, controlled by Abramovich. It looks like the DXY and the 5-year Treasury yields have a correlation to an extent. Yeah, here's the information from Hong Kong Exchange and Clearing Limited, where the hedge fund Elliott out of the UK is suing London Metals Exchange for $456 million in losses over the nickel trading halts. And if you ask me, they deserve every penny. AMC's not halted. It's stuck at 12. It's just hanging out. There's no volume on AMC right now because it's being suppressed. When it does move, you'll notice. That's what I think. I think you'll notice pretty easily if you watch it. GameStop hanging out at 129. Costs at 739, down 5.7%. Getting beat up. It's 11:52. We have the RRP today, the reverse repo, at 1:15 Eastern time. It ends. It starts at 12:45, ends at 1:15. We should take bets on see if it's going to be over or under $2 trillion. This AMC volume is so fucking fake. We are trading at less than half of our average volume right now. 21.1 million. On AMC. Whose microphone is that? Is that mine? Appreciate you. Hedge fund Elliott is being sued, and they manage $34 billion. They're looking for $456 million from LME for canceling nickel trades after they suspended nickel trading in the market and reversed trades between $50,000 and $100,000 a ton on the nickel market. On June 1st in England's High Court, LME's owner received a lawsuit filed through two vehicles against LME and LME Clear, the clearinghouse of London Metals Exchange. This is exactly what we need to see regarding market manipulation. There needs to be lawsuits. People need to hit them in the pocketbooks if these kinds of things happen in order for these changes to affect the market in a positive light. The decision to suspend trading followed a 250% surge in the price of nickel to a record $100,000 a ton that was triggered by a short squeeze as banks and brokers rushed to close part of a large position amassed by Zhang Guangda, the billionaire founder of China's leading stainless steel producer. The LME, the world's largest and oldest market for industrial metals, said it had taken the action to protect the market as a whole when trading became disorderly. In a statement, the exchange said it had an important role to play in ensuring the market is fair and orderly for all those who wish to participate. It added that the nickel market had become disorderly, and it canceled deals from midnight to 8:15 Greenwich Mean Time on March 8th in an attempt to return the market to the time when it had last been orderly. The LME therefore considers that Elliott's ground for complaints are without merit, and the LME will defend any judicial review. I have a feeling LME is going to lose a lot of fucking money and a lot of customers. The last time LME was sued was nearly a decade ago when Russian aluminum giant Rusal sought to derail proposed LME reforms aimed at easing huge backlogs to withdraw metal from its global warehousing network. The LME initially lost the case, but won an appeal, allowing it to go forward and implement the reforms. Keep in mind, that was just a reform case. That wasn't a case in which Rusal got fucked out of $456 million. I'm sure they got fucked on the back end, though. The fund's founder accused the LME of reversing trades to save your favored cronies and robbing your non-crony customers. That was the founder of hedge fund Elliott from the United Kingdom talking to London Metals Exchange. Reversing trades to save your favorite cronies and robbing your non-crony customers. LME's parent company is the Hong Kong Exchange, HKEX.
Just on that point, boss, so my thoughts regarding you need a market the day after all this finishes, and integrity is key. You'll need ducks lined up, you need things in place, you need rules there. Mm-hmm. You look at what happened to them when they decided to reverse trades, this, that and the other. What do you think's going to happen if they haven't got all of that I believe they've always needed and been working on in place? You ain't going to have a fucking market. They need the market. They need people having trust in the market. They need people still holding the companies in the market, and trading in the market, investing in the market.
Hold it down for me for a second. I'm going to go grab some more coffee. Be right back.
Say market one more time, Wolfie.
Or were you getting chopped up for Wolfie's accent now?
I'm saving it to. Let's just say I'm saving it to a hard drive.
But just go back to that point he's just made about the metals exchange. You know, trust was lost. Court cases have gone in. Died on its house. Are we in, you know, you answer it, you think about it. Are we in such a very different place in the market that we're now got a play going on and we've now shone the light on and we're raising all these different things and the narrative is changing? We see the video boss was showing a little bit earlier. Other people have been speaking about this for some time. Is it too late to put the smoke screens up? Is it too late to say what they said after 2008 now? Can they get away with just doing what they did back then again? Is there enough of us to raise our voices and be heard? I think they're up against it. I think they've got the pressure. I mean, we have to wait. We have to be patient. We have to stay together. But if you look at the position they're in, to have a market the day after requires what? What would you need? Who would you need? What would you need to be able to say to people that when this happens, because there's 2, 3, 5, 10, Boss showed a picture earlier with like 50 different stocks on it that all run up stupid amount percentage-wise. Well, imagine that, but you've got AMC, GME, and a long list of other ones that run up to stupid numbers. How do you explain that away? Oh, it was just them terrible retailers. It was all that money we give them. Come on now. No one's going to buy that shit.
To answer your question, I don't think they really know, honestly.
Don't know
how
what?
they're going to do how they're going to do it, how they're going to explain it, what they're going to do. I think they're still.
No. Of course they do. Go back and look at anything that's ever happened in history. They've always got an answer. How believable it is, or how many accept it. They've always got an answer. They've always got a villain. They've always got somebody they'll throw under the bus. It always moves forward.
I get you, but I think they're in the process of doing all that right now, figuring out, still. I just don't think they've finalized it all yet.
Whilst not all the rules held up, go back and look at the rule changes last year. Go back and look how nobody was raising concern. How it wasn't delayed because people had wrote in and say, hang on a minute. There was a short period there where rules were being put up and no comments. But if you look at the bigger, wider world, now it works. That metals exchange is a perfect example of why I believe what I believe. And it gives me strength every day. It gives me optimism every day that something's going to change, that there will be change. Will it be all of it? Will it correct all of it? I'm not naive. But I definitely think we're in a position where if you look at history or you look at what's just happened out there, that's what they're facing. They're being the people responsible. The regulatory bodies, they may have turned a blind eye. We know about the revolving door. We know about the fines, the cost of doing business. We know about all the problems. But what do you do when 2, 3, 5, 10 suddenly go to stupid numbers? Well, you better have answers and you better have people hold accountable and you better be ready the day after to keep the market going. Can they afford to shut the market for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month while they sort it out afterwards? Hell no. Look at 003. Is it a coincidence with the executive order? Is it for the reasons we've heard and people have eloquently put out there? Or is there other things? Well, time will tell. But is it another coincidence? All the glitches, are they just coincidences? Are they in the background scurrying around, covering their own arses, working out how the fuck do we... They've been doing that since last year. They've been doing it when Peter Fire was on CNBC telling everyone that the market was going to go to shit. You think they didn't contact him and have a chat with him after?
Yep, sure did.
You think they ain't talking amongst each other and going, what the fuck? They might not get in front of money. They definitely get in front of blame. And they'll be looking down the food chain. Who can we hold up accountable? Who's responsible? Then the DOJ gets announced. Then RICO's been talked about. And we find out whistleblowers have been talking to them for 18 months, 2 years. Come on now, join the dots. They're lining the dots up. because of what happened. As an example, their fear of what might happen if they don't is way bigger than a squeeze. Clean the cancer out of the market, now's your opportunity. Get the regulatory bodies acting with some teeth long last, now's your opportunity. Want to stop it going up from $100 trillion robbed out of the bond market or pensions or from naked shorts, now's your opportunity. Have we got 5-10 million who spoke to 10 people, which is 50 to 100 million people? Now's your opportunity. I'm not saying 100% it's going to happen, but it gives me hope, it gives me strength, it makes me believe us being loud and shining the light. You go to people who've been fighting it for 20 years, West Christian and others, perfect storm. We're in a perfect position. Time will tell.
Hey, Wolfie, want to hear something funny?
Go on.
The Federal Reserve bought another $10 billion worth of garbage treasury bills today. Ain't that
To make
grand?
people's blood boil.
So much for tapering,
Boss,
huh?
yeah, you're on top of it. You see the global picture and everything else. This time round, have they come in before it crashes to try and mitigate against where it's at? They're not waiting for it to crash. They're already piling this money in. And I hope people realise that it's reasonable to believe that is our great-great-grandkids' money. You can go out and look at the US debt calculator. Go and have a look at that and see the numbers that are on there. You can go and look at Burry when he spoke in 2011 and he talked about what the possible interest rates for the US government will be and estimates just over $1 trillion. Go and have a look at it. Go and have a look at it. Go and have a look at that top right-hand corner in the first, when you look at the calculator, in the top left-hand side, I believe it's red boxes. The one on the far right where it says tax, that's additional tax. That's additional tax from the Fed spending and the GDP and all the issues that we've had from lockdowns. And
Tax
Boss can
on
explain
tax.
it better than me. Yeah, go and have a look at it. It's 260 odd thousand additional tax on top of what you was already paying. Go and have a look. The last thing they ain't afford is no market afterwards. So just my 2 pence. Back to the main man.
No, man, you're good. Keep it on up. It's okay. We can talk
Try and
about
bring that
anything
up
right
if
now.
you can, just in case anyone ain't seen it. Try and bring it up and then go and research it. Don't take my bloody word for it. I'm a nobody. Have a look at the US debt clock. Go and have a research because people live in the US. I don't. I take that.
I think scary, man. It's fucking scary. Look at this thing. It just keeps on, keeps on keeping on. It's like Joe Dirt.
No, it's frightening. And the US ain't the only one, and they're obviously interacting with a lot of countries, and there's a lot of loans. And go and check your own countries where you're from.
Don't put US debt clock. So the debt per citizen, it's $91,572 of debt per citizen. Oh, sorry, 573 now.
And then that one to the right, my belief is debt per taxpayer.
Yep.
That's additional. That's because of what's gone on the left with the US national debt. So when they spend money, and I say it's our great-great-grandkids, my belief is when they spend money on the US national debt, that gets passed over into our tax. The debt per citizen is a breakdown for the 330 million. There's a figure on there somewhere that actually tells you what the current US citizen number is. I think it's 330 million there or thereabouts. That means for every individual, divide the one on the left, debt per citizen is 91,000. Well, that debt per taxpayer is additional tax because of that on the left. There's some serious info in there. Now, US federal debt to GDP ratio, 1960, 52. There's a lot of building, we'd had wars, etc. 1980, 34.60. We'd bounced back. We had growth. We had jobs. We had things looking good. 2000, 57.68. That's your debt of your country to what you manufacture or make or accrue as a country. Now, fuck me, 129%.
Yeah, everything's fine. Nothing to see here. Economy's strong.
And then you've just shown that they're out there putting more money out.
Look at the workforce. The workforce from the year 2000 has increased. I'm sorry, has decreased, I meant to say. The workforce in 2000 was 159.5 million. It's now 158.2 million. There's less people working. Official unemployed is 5.9 million, but the actual unemployed is 7.74 million. Official unemployed numbers are only half of the actual unemployment numbers that you're seeing from the government. How many people were not in the labor force in the year 2000? 81.5 million. What about today? 99.5 million. So there's almost 15 million people less in the labor force and another 5 million more people that are not employed. That's 20 million people not working more than there was in the year 2000. This
for manufacturing jobs.
The paper to silver ratio and the paper to gold ratio, in my opinion, give you a much better indication of the actual share price of silver. If you go, silver's at about $20 an ounce, multiply that by the paper to silver ratio of 352.24, that would put you at a price of around $7,000 an ounce, would be the real price of silver, in my opinion. And many people would argue that to be the case. You can do the same thing for gold. Silver is purposely manipulated, leased out from banks like Bank of America, by Bank of America from banks like JP Morgan, who hold it in their vaults. And then Bank of America turns around and uses that leased silver to short the silver market even further, to manipulate the price to keep it at a certain level.
At the bottom there, you've got home sales. Click on that. See the green one, that's it. Note down. Keep going. There's a button at the bottom.
Got it. Thanks.
Home sales.
Just found it.
That's it.
Oh, that's rough. New median home price. In 2007, it was $243,000 during the housing bubble of 2007. And today it's $405,000, the median home price. For existing homes, that was $219,000 in 2007 and is now $356,000 today. Well, we'll just leave it at that.
Just look where them drops are after 2007, and then drop down to 2021 and have a look where the drops are again.
Oh,
because
it's everything after the housing crash, like you said.
Yeah.
That's a great. I looked at it. I just didn't mention it. I thought it was obvious, but that's a great point, right?
Yeah.
Everything was super inflated, and in 2007, 243 was the new home median sale price. That dropped to 218 in 2010. For the existing homes, it was at 219 in 2007, and that dropped to 172 in 2010. This was while the government printed trillions upon trillions of dollars in the years preceding 2008. The only reason they prevented this from going down further was because we weren't seeing hyperinflation like we are now. If housing, should I say, when housing crashes this time, the government cannot print out trillions and trillions of dollars to save the fucking mortgage-backed securities market. Because if they do, we will just be in Venezuela. We may as well move there. It'll probably be better. I'll be like, a gallon of gas will be about $300. Fucking hell. All right. Let me switch this out here. Hey, Viper. Says about 30% of the population is not working. Yeah, that's about right, man. Let me see here. Embroidery Kid said they're going to need an army to come and take my shares. Trey is crazy if he thinks I'm selling at $1,000 a share. Well, you know, I mean, Trey probably doesn't care what you're selling for. But I know a lot of hedge funds, market makers, banks, mainstream media, and companies and people that do care when you sell. That's why so many of them continue to push you to make you think that your investment is a bad idea. After you remember what your P&L looked like during the January and May and June run-ups of AMC and GameStop. At least I remember what mine looked like. That's for sure. And I like it. But I didn't sell off at $72 a share. I didn't leave, and I'm not leaving for $1,000 a share either. Me personally. That's not going to cut it. I'm here for billions with an S. Stocks puke back post-payroll gains as yields soar, and the bullion is battered. The 10-year Treasury yield is back above 3%, spiking 10 basis points and providing fuel for equity traders. The exuberance is misplaced as yields are soaring on the back of huge rate locks being placed in a relatively illiquid market, absent the Fed, as Bloomberg reports 12 borrowers have been kicked off new U.S. investment-grade bond sales on Monday morning in New York, pouncing on calm financial markets to get deals done. 12 borrowers have been kicked off have been removed of their ability to trade new U.S. investment-grade bonds. Phenomenal. Executive Order 14032, in my opinion, working in full fucking effect. Bloomberg reports that most aren't expected to be sizable, with about $10 billion expected to price by the end of the session. But it would be the busiest day by number of bond sales since May 10th of this year. It appears that the realization that Treasury yields are not rising on fundamental growth hopes or inflation and prompted an immediate response from equity investors who puked back stocks into the red post-payrolls. Damn. That's rough. You see the red here and here? Circles? Rectangles, call them what you want, whatever. Gold tanked below 1850 at that very moment. And the dollar surged. Money's got to go somewhere. Bitcoin started to give some back. So Bitcoin surged as well. Looked like up to 31.2. So it looks like today's bond day. Not James Bond. Treasury bond. Looks like Zero Hedge is saying, additionally, the week is expected to be front-loaded as dealers continue to work around waves of volatility, seeking price stability for clients. In other words, the driver of this surge in yields won't last. Yields and the dollar and Bitcoin will likely all come down together. That's my TLDR on this. Check out Amazon's first stock split since 1999. And it's trading below the 200-week moving average for the time. This is the first time since 2008 that Amazon is trading below the 200-week moving average. That's a pretty big deal. If you're a trader, you probably understand what that means. If you're not a trader, it's bearish as fuck. Wow. Matt Slag says meme stocks is like number 5 on the list of problems the Fed has. I'm not sure a lot of folks understand that. Yeah, exactly. I didn't figure it out for a while, you know, but when I figured it out in July is when I started doing, you know, Reddit posts, Twitter, YouTube, LinkedIn, all those posts, Facebook even, because I started realizing I got into this to make some money on these stocks, and I came to the realization that there's almost complete financial collapse at hand. And it's not the meme stocks' fault. They just happen to be involved because of the over-leveraged hedge funds and market makers and banks, and so on and so on and so on. And the meme stocks are just a byproduct. We're fucking blessed. We're fucking blessed. Wow. Yeah, man, I'm totally with you. We're so fucking lucky to be here right now. How many of you guys owned Bitcoin back in the day and people told you it was a bad investment? Get out of your Bitcoin. How fucking mad are you? You didn't stay in it till 52,000 or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
I know several Bitcoin millionaires in this Discord alone.
Yeah, when I was asked to buy some Bitcoin when it was down, what, $8 or something like that?
Jeez.
I thought it was a fucking scam.
You know, back when it came out, I thought it was a scam too.
Yeah, guess what I didn't do?
I didn't buy
I did
Bitcoin
not buy
either.
anything of it.
That's all right. That's all right. I've bought it in the past, don't get me wrong, but I didn't buy it.
Oh
at
yeah, I
$8,
did, but not
you know?
at $8.
Right. That's what people are going to be saying about AMC and GameStop pretty soon. They're going to be saying, oh man, I wish I would have bought AMC at fucking $11. What a fucking deal. It was like $12. You know, and GameStop. Oh my God, GameStop's at 120, 130, 140 bucks. What a fucking steal. Get in, loser. We're going to the moon.
It's the same playbook now that they used on crypto.
Remember, GameStop was at $5,124.50 a share on January 28th, 2021. 1 minute before the buying button was pulled by broker-dealers. 1 minute. This was 9:34 in the morning. Don't ever forget it. Because the computer does not care what the price is when it's closing out short positions or hedge fund liquidations are occurring. It doesn't matter. There will be halts. There will be suspensions along the way. But I suspect the next time we see $5,124.50, it's probably going to keep going. And remember, it wasn't just GameStop. It wasn't just AMC that ran 2,000, 3,000%. It was many stocks afterwards. But they were caused, in my opinion, by these two stocks, by the vast amount of people of retail ownership that refused to sell at those prices. See? February 10th, 16th, 16th, 5th, 10th, 17th, 9th, 19th, 10th, 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 February 10th, February 10th, February 10th, 11th, 1st, 2nd, 9th, 16th, 8th. That's right around the time AMC and GameStop went position close only January 28th. They were forced into position close only. It was over a week, about February 7th or 8th, when they came back online. And what happened? Everything got fucked. Guardian Health ran 500%. Oncova ran 500%. Global Star 600%. Zyomedica 3,000%. Sundial 1,600%. Naked Brand 1,845%. February 11th, 10th, 9th, 9th. February 9th, February 5th, February 11th, etc. I could just keep going. February 10th, 9th. And there's a lot more than this. This is just a short list that my man, I believe it was Samuel Clemens on Twitter, pulled up. Make sure you guys follow at Samuel_Clemens on Twitter. I remember his Twitter handle so clearly because this is such a big finding. Orbital Energy, Gevo, CPS Technologies up over 1,000% each February 16th, 10th, and 16th. Point has been made. We are in checkmate. We just have to wait for the game to finish. God, that's fucking sexy. 11.82 for AMC. Let's check out GameStop, the SPY. The SPY is up 0.3% on the day. The NASDAQ 0.4%. And the Russell 1000 0.3%. Ader's down 4%. Amazon's up 2.5% on the stock split. Lots of people probably bought into that. Wanted to make some money at $125 a share. It looks a lot sexier than $2,000 a share after the 20-to-1 stock split or whatever it was. Pink sheet garbage. Let's see. What else do we have? Facebook is down a percentage point. GameStop's down 4.25%. Google's up 1.8%. JP Morgan's flat, down 0.1%. Cost is now down 6%. Meta Materials is down 4%. If you guys have been listening or following since the beginning of this stream, you'll know that we've been tracking these stocks all day for weeks now. Well, I have been, but on this video alone, and you'll notice that these losses have been incrementally increasing all day long. Meanwhile, volume is at extremely low levels. AMC's volume is only 22.9 million so far, and there's only 2 hours left in the trade, 2.5 hours left in the trading day. That's much less than half. That's about 35-40% of the average daily trading volume. The buy orders on, if you're not making a purchase on a lit market, if you're not buying on a lit exchange, and a lit market, your buying pressure is being suppressed and processed through dark pools by market makers, alternative trading systems, or dark pools for the most part. There's no reason for these guys to send your order to IEX in order to be processed for half of the amount, for half of the payment for order flow profit. So the broker dealers send your trades to Citadel and Virtue and other alternative trading systems like Citadel Connect, which is not technically an ATS, which is why it doesn't have to abide by the dark pool and ATS regulations, because Citadel Connect is not technically an ATS. That's why they do whatever the fuck they want. The system is broken, my friends, and I'm going to hang out long enough to see it get fixed. Hard Knock says GME got nowhere near 5K a share. What are you saying? I'm saying you haven't actually looked, my friend. You haven't actually looked is what I'm saying. I don't know if you were watching my screen or not, but this isn't the only screenshot I've seen of people showing their positions and their fractional shares selling for thousands of dollars a share. So I'll say it one more time for you, for those people standing in the back. Here's a screenshot on January 28th at 9:34 a.m. Eastern Time, 1 minute before market makers forced GME into position close only territory. This person placed a market order for a fractional share of 0.543. They sold their fractional share of 0.543034 shares of GameStop for an average price of $5,124.50 per share. Their order was complete. They subsequently canceled their next order, I believe, because they wanted to increase the share price. They wanted the share price to increase. GME was PCO. I believe the guy decided to cancel the sell order in order to wait for the price to go higher. That didn't happen, though, because of the PCO that was completely criminal. And unfortunately, too many people didn't know what was happening at the time, and it allowed market makers and hedge funds to take advantage of the situation. I have a feeling things would be quite a bit different this time. Because last I checked, people didn't sell as the price went up. They just kept buying. Yes, sir. I hope that answers your question. I'm not here to spread any fear, uncertainty, or doubt. I'm just here to share the information I've learned. And
I've learned that I believe this to be an entirely legitimate screenshot because I've received screenshots like this from multiple people with different numbers, dates, times, brokers, etc. And if you have one, by all means, send it my way. Let's take a look at the market scanner. Yeah, numbers letter. I know a lot of people that put a lot of money into their favorite stocks, and there are also some of them are up, some of them are down. But guess what? The majority of them are still here. That's what I've noticed. And what do you see on the top stocks? Penny stock, pink sheet, garbage. It's all the top gainers today, for the most part. Pink sheet, garbage. Central Electric Group, that's not bad. That's up 14.53%. DD is up 38% on the news that China investigation is over. Lots of pink sheet garbage. Look at this. And I do have a filter by volume, you know, at least 500,000 volume as well, just to make sure it's not too skewed by anything that's got extremely low volume. Some stocks don't even have, you know, more than but 1 million or so shares. It just depends on the way the corporation was set up. Most have more, but there are a lot of small float companies out there, that's for sure. Kim Jong-Wins asks, what are your thoughts on superstock theory that AMC is being used as a way to suppress the GME squeeze through swaps? I think that's absolute nonsense. But not your fault. That's just, I've looked into the theory, I've looked into the concept, and I think it's absolute bullshit. I think it's either GME elitists or, you know, paid influencers like Citron Research. GameStop is hanging out tight at 128, and AMC's hanging out tight at 1187. It almost looks like the same stock, but just with one digit removed. Where's my VIX at? 25.44. It's hanging on tight, you know. You guys noticing that the VIX isn't doing what it used to do in losing its gains when the S&P 500 would go up? Up until today, every time the S&P would go positive, the VIX would lose the majority of its gains. As of this moment, I'm not seeing, yes, the VIX is down 0.5% from where it was when the S&P was nearly red.
And that much sideways trading that has been going on the S&P would have made the VIX go down a lot more.
Yeah. Yeah, anytime there's sideways trading on the S&P, the VIX has gone down. For the VIX to be up 2.25% while the S&P is up 0.5 percentage point, it's not. That is more natural than the suppression of the VIX we've seen lately. Nice job, Pam. Thank you, Pam the trader. You know what? Someone had a great question. Elevate the Frequency asked, AMC sub $10 this week. This question is, will it bounce or fall to $8? All right. Now, I'm not a financial advisor, and nobody knows what's going to happen. I will say that AMC staying around $10
is what market makers need and hedge funds need to prevent margin calls. If AMC goes under $10, it then gets a collateral haircut due to the new DTC regulations that came out about a month ago. Therefore, they don't want it to go under $10 for anything more than a brief moment in time, because the collateral haircut of AMC would cause their AMC shares to lose their efficacy as a hedge against other shares, in the same way that GME could be used as a hedge against other shares based on its share price. It's the same thing. But under $10, any stock, not just AMC, any stock gets a collateral haircut. That's why I believe we briefly, ever so briefly, saw AMC get to $9.70 a share a few weeks ago, and then jump right back to $10.01, because it's extremely dangerous for AMC to get under $10. I do believe that if the stock market were to crash, AMC would briefly go well under $10, probably to the $8 range, in order for market makers and hedge funds to begin covering and closing out their short positions and delta hedging by buying shares around the $8 mark or so. The reason that I believe this is because it would be advantageous for them to cover a few extra 100 million shares on the way from $8 to $10 by dipping the price extremely hard along with the market when that were to happen. The timing of getting in at that moment would be extremely difficult, and likely calls might actually be more expensive at that moment than they were seconds prior at the $10 mark. Because if volatility from $10 to $8 were to occur quickly, yes, the calls will theoretically lose value, but in a extremely fast movement, whether it's up or down, call contracts will increase in implied volatility. So even though the price would go down on the shares, the actual price of call contracts would probably go up in that very moment in time, and then continue to rise as the delta hedging occurred and the stock price rises more and more. The fear of missing out happens from retail investors such as myself, who is going to go absolutely fucking crazy and buy a fuck ton of AMC if that were to happen. Excuse me one second. Let's take a look at the performance of the S&P 500 in an economic crisis. So here you have, let me expand this for you guys a little bit. In black, you have the early 2000s recession. In red, you have the Great Recession from 07 to 08. In yellow, or gold, if you will, you have the coronavirus pandemic here on the left, and the inflation dump of 2022 in green right here, tracking right along with the 07-08 Great Recession, tracking right along with the early 2000s recession, and has diverged strongly from the coronavirus pandemic and continues to trade sideways. It has been about 150 days since the peak of the inflation dump of 2022. And as you can see from here, it took a lot longer. It took over 300 days during the Great Recession of 07 and 08 and early 2000s for the entire market of the S&P 500 to see an even larger correction. Again, this green one is the inflation 2020, right? 2022 that we're seeing right now. The red is the Great Recession of 07-08. The gold is coronavirus. And this black one is the early recession of the 2000s, as you can see. And look, we're tracking along, right along with it. We were going right along with the coronavirus pandemic into a crash. But the amount of easing happening prevented that for now. No matter what, though, we're still seeing lower lows and lower highs. And at some point, this farce is over. It's not going to take no fucking 400, 500 days this time either, in my opinion. Not a fucking chance. Remember, interest rates, liquidity, war, inflation, jobs, unemployment, housing values, real estate, mortgage-backed securities, credit default swaps, naked shorts. We didn't get here by accident. Damn, fun times. I need a little REM or something put on. It's the end of the world as we know it. Because I feel fine. The NDXT is now down 0.1%. NASDAQ 100 is up 0.22%. The composite's up 0.24%. S&P 500 is up 0.56%. Nice little bit of market pump. There we go. Meow Meow says, if only 15% of Americans withdrew all their money from the big banks, the whole system would crash. Think about it. The bankers loaned it all out. This is how to control markets. Screw holding a sign. I can't say I disagree. If people were to leave ISDA banks and join credit unions, the world would be a much better place. Quiet Quest. What does it matter what I think AMC will squeeze? I wouldn't be here right now if I didn't think it could happen at any second. Because I've never streamed during the day like this before. Well, I did during the January 2022 market crash that we were seeing. And it happened on January 26th. Except that time, the plunge protection team was able to save the markets. Oh, how times have changed. Take a look. The VIX is still at 25.21. It's lost a little bit of its gains now as S&P has increased up to 0.6%. The reverse repo is at $2.04 trillion today. Holy shit. That's massive. $2.04 trillion. I wonder how many counterparties. Let's find out. Here we go. Let's go to New York Fed. Let's see what's happening on June 6, 2022. Multiple price operation methods, same day reverse repo for an overnight loan, 1 calendar day. How much did we have? What the fuck? It's not showing any data. Excuse me a second as I pull up a different website then. That's odd. Here it is. Reverse repo operations from the Fed. $2.04 trillion today, June 6th, Monday, 2022. At a fixed rate, same day settlement, overnight term from 12:45 to 1:15 p.m. 98 counterparties. 98 counterparties. Remember, this is an overnight bailout. When this started, September 17th of 2019, when the Federal Reserve had to step in and save the RRP, the Reverse Repurchase Overnight Program, the offering rate was 0.05. About 3 months ago, they increased it due to inflation to 0.30. And now, they increased it again a couple weeks ago from 0.3 to 0.80. So we went from 0.05 to 0.80. Does that tell you that liquidity is in bad shape? Yes. Absolutely fucking does.
Bit of a drought, I'd say.
Yeah, no shit. That's phenomenal. $2.04 trillion across 98 different desperate motherfucking banks today. It's not even the end of the month, so they're not cooking. Well, of course they're cooking the books, but they're not doing it to cook the books for the end of the month balancing. They're doing it out of sheer lack of places to put their money and desperation for liquidity. Hey, thanks so much, Autopilot. That was a fire chart about the S&P 500 during an economic crisis. And again, if you just caught jumping in the channel, we're in the green one right now, and it's got a chart right along with the others until it turns sour. The S&P 500 on the one-day chart. Well, everything looks fine. Can anybody that looks at that chart tell me how the fuck they see the market is up today? Road Dog picked up 20 more VIX calls. Let's fucking go. Damn, dude. I love it. Love it. Sigma, killing the stream, listening at work. That's great, Sigma. You work at a... I'm not going to say nothing. I don't want to overstep my boundaries. Look at the volatility cycles. Primal Steph. Looks like, according to this VUP tracking, if it were to be correct, entering GME call options on the second MACD upside down hump is more optimal than on the first hump. Upside down 1, 2. I say upside down 2 camels humps. And so entering on the second one would be most beneficial during the, let's enter here. And I'm not a financial advisor. I'm just looking over his chart. And this pushed the VUP cycle out 2 more months. Interesting. I wonder how that were to occur. Excellent. Thanks for sharing, guys. That's the Citadel Securities guy with Charles Gradante on that. He did not look too happy. Dollar store Liam Neeson. Liam Neeson. Violent upside potential. I thought it was volatility upside potential. Sorry about that, Primal Steph. For those of you that are working with VUP, that's not really my forte. I don't deal in it too much, but I do try to learn from it. Sheik's trading, if you elaborate, that'd be great, brother, but I can't say too much on that right now. Looks like Turkey's interest rates. Turkey will continue cutting interest rates rather than hiking them as inflation surges. Really? What a joke. What better way to tell your people that you don't give a fuck if they live or die than to have gallons of milk cost $250 and fucking pounds of beef going for, I don't know. Gee, you look at your local grocery store lately. Thanks, Moon Vision. Posted another one of Suburban Drones charts here from Twitter. This is fantastic. What most pundits today have in common is that they can't remember year 2000 and 2008 crashes, but they remember 1979 like it was yesterday. They say, I'm confident the Fed can cure stagflation because I've watched them do it before. So far, so good, huh? The current chart almost identically tracks the beginning of the 2008 market crash. Look at it here, 2008 over here on the left, And today, 2022, on the right, it was a slow bleed of the stock market until all of a sudden, one day, emergency, and the whole fucking market tanked.
Emergency.
Cash money millionaire.
What a time to come in.
Knows exactly what time it is.
And now some stagflation in the transitory way.
Yep, it's transitory, everybody. It's transitory.
Right.
Don't forget.
Lies.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman. I am not a crook. It's transitory. Will go down in history.
Don't forget, Iraq has WMDs as well.
Saddam Hussein has weapons of mass destruction. Al-Qaeda was the reason for 9/11. Wow. That's ridiculous. It's on the weekly chart, by the way. When in doubt, zoom out. How much more do you need to zoom out than the weekly fucking chart going back to Y2K? Wake Up's got a good one. Epstein killed himself. That's a good one, man. Epstein killed himself, huh? John McAfee as well. Man, this deserves a fucking retweet. Epic. Just simply epic. I'm ready. Seven hours ago, the U.S. Times posted that pension funds are pushing for more disclosure rules for private equity and hedge funds. Oh, so now the big money's getting into it. Are you surprised? How's this timing for you? Retirement plans and other institutional investors are accepting a federal proposal that would force hedge funds and private funds to provide more information to investors. These pension funds are urging the SEC to go ahead with a proposed rule that would ensure employers' private fund investments receive annual audits and quarterly reports. The rule has been heavily criticized by private hedge funds and equity funds, and Republicans would also prohibit fund managers from passing on certain legal costs and limit the fund's ability to protect itself from lawsuits. Of course, hedge funds don't want to be sued. They want to be able to do whatever the fuck they want with your pensions. 7 hours ago, college endowments, insurance funds, and retirement funds that serve teachers and firefighters have been pushing the SEC to move forward with this proposed rule. Pension plans are finding it difficult to meet their obligations to pay their members, which is a result of decades of underfunding, excessive returns, and unrealistic claims from unions. The simultaneous decline in stocks and bond this year has only made matters worse. And to compensate, many retirement plans are increasingly pouring their money into private market investments like hedge funds, private equity funds, and private debt funds. You know, side note, I applied for a small loan, a small business loan a couple of months ago, and I got my loan. And even still, to this day, I have not stopped receiving phone calls and emails. My phone will not stop fucking ringing. You know what? Here's a recording for you. Let me see if I can find this voicemail for you so people don't think that I'm full of shit. Just because this is really interesting. Let me see if I can find it for you. This was a while back. I got hedge funds from all around the country trying to invest in my company. And they seem exceedingly desperate. They seem exceedingly desperate. Yeah, see, I've got a bunch of them. I'm just trying to find the right one for you. I've actually got a bunch of those. Not that it matters. It's not really that important. I just thought it was extremely, extremely comical. But whatever. Private fund managers control over $18 trillion in assets from retirement plans, wealth funds, endowments, insurance companies, and family offices. They're pooling these monies together and they lock it up for private equity funds to buy and overhaul companies, private debt funds that lend money to companies, or other similar investment vehicles. These are the hedge funds that have been calling me, practically throwing money at me. When I started, they wanted like 80-something% interest rate. And I kept turning them down and turning them down, turning them down. By the end, at this point, they're practically giving money away for free. They're just looking for places to put it. And no, I did not take out some ridiculous, high interest rate loan. That's, like I said, that's where they started. That doesn't mean that that's where I took them on their offer. Not gonna fucking happen. Great job, Moon Vision. Excellent fucking tweet from Suburban Drone. Oh damn, are we seeing low bounces? That's good. Yeah, and that's a great point. You know what? This guy gets a lot of flack. I've had my issues with Travis in the past, but we're all here for the same reason, right? I can't even fucking see his tweets. Who gives a shit? He's got his things limited, which is fine. But as you can see here, from FINRA.org, many margin investors are familiar with the routine margin call, where the broker asks for additional funds when the equity in the customer account declines below certain required levels. Normally, the broker will allow from 2 to 5 days to meet the call. The broker's calls are usually based upon the value of the account at market close, since various securities regulations require an end-of-day valuation of customer accounts. The current close is around 4 p.m. Eastern for most brokers. Now that's both for broker-dealers, and that could also be the case for prime brokers. The DTC is a little bit more timely, with 1 hour margin calls, and FINRA, but the actual prime broker themselves, brokering, say, a hedge fund or a market maker, would give them a few days. Keep that in mind. Pantheon says, don't believe anything from the mouth of Trudeau. He admires dictatorships. And you're not fucking lying. I can't stand Trudeau.
So did his quote dad.
Just like his father, Fidel.
Exactly.
That's a good one. Fidel Castro. Once upon a time, federal investors feared tightening. 14 years of bailouts later, investors no longer fear the Fed or a recession. This is the only fucking reason, in my opinion, that the stock market is still where it is. So it is that they either double down, is either that, or they double down on depression. Look at the Fed funds rate. Look at the weekly S&P Case-Shiller 20 City Composite Home Price Index. The higher this is, the more overvalued the stock market is, the tech and the housing bubble. The tech bubble is in black and the housing bubble is in red. Look at the way they traded and have now completely converged. Basically at the top. The thing is, the tech bubble has started ever so slightly to show signs of a correction, and the housing bubble will always lag the stock market, in my opinion, from my experiences. The Fed funds rate cannot be cut from 0.75 basis points, from 75 basis points. There's nothing to cut to. If they cut the Fed funds rate, or when they print more money, or both, which both are going to happen, it's just going to lead to further hyperinflation. This is why it's so important to invest your money in tangible assets after you become rich as fuck. I'm not a financial advisor. The year from this chart begins in 1988 here and ends as of today. And on this black chart, this chart above for the S&P Case-Shiller Index begins in 1997 and goes through today, for those of you asking in the comments. Fucking fire, Suburban Drone. Keep them coming. That is phenomenal. Yeah, thanks for sharing, Jam Bams. You're always coming in clutch. Citadel's flagship portfolio means nothing to me. Tell me what their other portfolios that have $65 billion worth of shorts sold, not yet repurchased, are going to be worth after the short squeeze. One in 5 Canadians reported going hungry at least once between March of 2020 and 2022. The poll from food banks in Canada indicates hunger and food insecurity are increasing across the country, with lower income Canadians hit hardest by inflation. The survey conducted by Main Street Research found almost a quarter of Canadians reported eating less than they should because there wasn't enough money for food, a figure that has doubled for those earning under $50,000 a year. Statistics Canada says consumers paid almost 10% more for food at stores in April compared with this time last year, the largest increase since 1981. Let's have a moment of silence for many people. This is the reverse repo for those of you that have just joined us. 98 participating counterparties today, over $2.04 trillion in desperation liquidity funding that is being bailed out by the Federal Reserve. These banks are on their knees, wearing knee pads, giving head to the Fed in exchange for this measly 0.8% overnight repurchase program. Michael Burry noted that U.S. personal savings have plunged from over 25% of GDP last year to about 3.8% today and could hit a record low by September. For those of you that are unaware, I tweeted Dr. Burry, and the next day he tweeted about what I was tweeting the day before: United States personal savings. I checked Kelly Blue Book today for my car's value, and it asked if the tank was full or empty. It's fucking great. Looks like the U.S. 5, 10, and 30-year yields are all over 3% at this moment. We might have a yield curve inversion happening right now. Let's find out. Yeah, I can confirm that GameStop is not allowed to be short sold. You cannot short sell GameStop on a variety of brokers, including Interactive Brokers. IBKR came out on Friday, June 3rd, the same day of the Executive Order 14032 that removes the value of Chinese military-industrial complex companies, and stated that they were unable to find enough GameStop shares to allow shorting. Therefore, they are pulling the security and making it unable for people to be able to borrow shares of GameStop to short. What do you got here? Dark pool volume, GameStop fee. Holy shit. GameStop cost to borrow 86.3%. Cost to borrow 86.3%. You can't even see the fucking number. It goes up so high on my screen. Let me scoot this over. Got it right there. You see the fee percentage in blue? Right here. Where it just is flat, flat, flat. Since February 19th, it went up a little bit in the March run up. Right? It went up a little bit. And then what did we see? We saw huge, huge amounts available after. And then now we're seeing nothing available. Absolutely no available shares, it seems like. Okay, look at the dates. February 19th. The cost to borrow fee is low on AMC. I'm sorry, GameStop, GME. And look at the red available shares. And then they used them all up. The price ran up. They managed to short it back down. That's what happened in March. Brought the stock price back down. They kept the fee low. And as of now, all of the red available are gone. They're being used up. The cost to borrow fee has skyrocketed. It was over 100% on Friday, and it's currently at 86% average. 86.3% reported average, with only a measly 20,000 shares available to short. This is what happens right before a massive, massive short squeeze. And I think we're a lot closer than most people realize. This is fucking phenomenal. Red Velvet. I think I'm going to leave it at that. You see this OPEX? This June 17th options expiration. Same thing we saw in January, right before the January 26th plunge protection team stepping in with $50 billion of naked shorts on the VIX. Yep. 2022 earnings per share. Energy is the only one that's really up. Energy's up 52% and materials are up 12%. Everything else is either flat or in the negatives. That's the financial sector at work, ladies and gentlemen. So right now, the stock market is being propped up on energy as you and I pay for it via inflation. Check out Nick Leeson11 on Twitter as
We
well.
are,
Go ahead, bro.
we are really close.
People don't know how close yet. He says, I haven't read this before, so it's the first time checking it out as well. He says, if you watch the whole AMC, today's price action is aligning well. Called for the dip / potential retest of macro trend line, $11.75 mark, with a late morning push if the SPY and the broad market held up. If not, the push was forecasted in the afternoon, very similar to May of 2021. Gee, I wonder why. Maybe because last year, the June 3rd executive order went into effect May 27th, 2021. And that was extended on June 3rd, 2021 through June 3rd, 2022. And here we are, June 6th. The first trading day after the implementation of that executive order. I'm looking bullish on this week for sure. Here's the 4-hour chart, it looks like. Wow, extremely eerily similar. This is ridiculous. This is May and June of 2021, and this is this year. It's scary similar.
Let's fucking go.
The chart doesn't dictate the price.
Goddamn.
The price dictates the chart. And the algorithm dictates the price of the next particular trade. It runs the same algorithmic program every time that it's able to short. Therefore, when a stock runs up, is halted for some reason, and things like executive orders come into play that give back margin collateral, they start to short again. And the algorithm begins over again and repeats and repeats and repeats, thus creating billions and billions of synthetic shares and naked shorts in the name of keeping the stock price down and manageable to prevent a margin call default. Period. This is AMC that I'm looking at right now, in case you can't read what it says up there or if you didn't hear me, just so you know. But a great tweet nonetheless, and a great analysis. Thank you, Edward.
Fair to say you simply flooded the system with money.
Yes, we did. That's another way to think about it. We did.
Where does it come from? Do you just print it?
We print it digitally. So we, as a central bank, we have the ability to create money digitally, and we do that by buying treasury bills or bonds or other government guaranteed securities, and that actually increases the money supply. We also print actual currency, and we distribute that through the Federal Reserve banks.
No shit.
Well, we fucked up.
Fair to say you simply flooded the system with money.
Yes, we did. That's another way to think about it. We did.
Where does it come from? Do you just print it?
We print it digitally. So we, as a central bank, we have the ability to create money digitally, and we do that by buying treasury bills or bonds or other government guaranteed securities, and that actually increases the money supply. We also print actual currency, and we distribute that through the Federal Reserve banks.
Jerome Powell, get the fucking money printer out, because you're going to need it. You're going to have a lot of fucking banks to save when we're done with them. A lot.
Yeah, bro, bitch, bro.
Fucking love this guy. Fucking Cash Money, dude. You're the best. Ah, the good old cock and balls pattern. That's exactly what I wanted to see. Oh, look at that. Yeah, the May-June erection. We're probably going to see another one of those. It's going to be a much bigger erection this time around. Oh, man.
Yeah, this time that we're loaded to the gills. We're ready.
We're ready. Whoa! Look, I told you we weren't the only ones fucking tracking this. Check it out. Nick Leeson, 11, saw the same thing we were talking about several hours ago. He said the SPY was up 1.4% while the VIX was also up. The puts are outweighing calls, yet the broad market is still up. The VIX gauges options volatility for the S&P, again, which was what we were telling you about, and the chains are extremely imbalanced to the downside. Bear scraping to hold this market down? I don't know. I think the bulls might be scratching and clawing to try to keep this market from falling further. The puts are outweighing the calls as 47% of the total bid ask. It's nice to see that we're not the only ones noticing these trends. Yeah, see, definitely. Yeah, we were saying the exact same fucking thing. I'm so glad that he picked up on that. This guy, on top of it.
Yeah, well, nice confirmation.
Herman says, bulls go up the stairs, bears fall out the window. Viper SRT, thanks for your support. He says about 30% of the population is not working. Yep, we just saw that too on the debt clock calculator about half hour ago or so here, right? Atsuri Gaming says, if they've been cutting our grass with ethanol, I feel like it doesn't smell as potent as it used to and it's draining faster. I don't know what they're cutting our gas with, man, but it definitely seems like I'm not getting the same mileage per gallon as I was in the past. And they could try to say, blame it on winter blend, summer blend. Bullshit. I don't fucking believe it. Something doesn't seem right. So thanks for mentioning that, Atsuri Gaming, and for your support. The Think Tank appreciates all you guys. Looks like Sen is ripping. Naked is ripping. Let's take a look. All right, I would say 22.38% is a decent rip. We could go with that. We could go with that. Let me pull it up on my brokerage. 22.38 is not bad.
On a side note, it's finished.
Oh yeah, put a picture up if you can, man. Let's take a look at it. That sounds great. Centro Electric Group, formerly known as Naked, is up 21.8%. This is the same stock that we showed you earlier was up, 1,000-some% in February of last year after the AMC and GameStop run. Here it is, formerly known as Naked Brand, NAKD. It was up February 11th of 2021, 1,845%. $1,800% run, not bad. It looks a lot better than 21%, but hey, you never know what's going to happen next, right? Stock split. Can't authenticate. Oh, 1 second. Let me authenticate. think a lot of this bullshit market pump right now is directly related to Biden's executive action to bring solar panels, heat pumps, and combat climate crisis. I think it's a bunch of bullshit. It's not going to do a whole lot to help us at all in the short term, but maybe in the midterm it'll make a slight impact. I'm not going to hold my breath. I'd pass out way before that happens. Looks like Zelensky is claiming that Russia is trying to take control of Zaporizhia in the southeast of the country that will allow them to advance into central Ukraine. Yeah, they probably will. Who knows? TLRY is getting pretty low. Let's see what we're talking about there. D. Helm says, I'm not even going to read it, man. Whatever. Good luck to him. Look, Sleepy Joe is trying to lift tariffs against China because he knows they're doing absolutely nothing to hurt China, but they're really hurting Americans. Because when, I know it may seem counterintuitive, but look, put it this way. When a company in China has to pay tariffs, they don't just pay it out of pocket. They just charge the American consumer more for it. So when you pay for it at Home Depot or Walmart or wherever the hell you are, if it came from China, you're just paying the tariff to China to pay back to the United States. That's it. That's why Biden is trying to get rid of these tariffs against China, because it doesn't hurt anybody but us. The Biden administration is considering easing tariffs on China in a bid to fight soaring inflation, according to Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo on Sunday. The president has asked us on his team to analyze that, she said. So we are in the process of doing that for him, and he will have to make that decision. Sleepy Joe's going to make this fucking decision? Jesus. She added that putting tariffs on products like steel and aluminum are useful to protect American suppliers, but tariffs on items like household goods and bicycles may be worth lifting. Fucking nonsense. Could it be because we don't create any household goods in this fucking country anymore? Probably. You know what? Yellen said in an interview in May, quote unquote, some of the tariffs that were imposed by President Trump in retaliation for China's unfair trade practices, some of them, to me, seem as though they imposed more harm on consumers and businesses. Janet Yellen also told us just last week that she didn't understand inflation last year and that hyperinflation would be the cause of printing so much money. Come on now. Oh, wait, there it goes. Yellen admitted Wednesday that she was wrong about her previous inflation predictions. She said, I think I was wrong about the path that inflation would take. She thought that inflation would be a small risk. I remember July of last year having this conversation on this very channel, watching with maybe like 50, 60 people that were watching, having the exact same thing, trying to shout to everybody from the rooftops that inflation is going to be out of control soon. What a fucking joke. I can't believe this is our administration. So I hear there's some major backtracking going out on YouTube. I'm not surprised. A lot of people got some explaining to do. So let them do their explaining. I could give a fuck what they've got to say. Yeah, I thought it was extremely interesting too, Nick. I got to get in touch with this guy again. Talk to him a little bit further about this. How's everybody in the Discord? Are you guys ready to be so fucking rich?
Oh, yes.
I'm ready.
Being ready.
Oh, God damn it. Filthy rich.
Filthy, stinking,
Lego
fucking
rich.
Speaking of Lego, look
Can't
at
wait. I can't wait to have my solid gold Lego block that I found.
Lego Pickle Snake just got done building this 2-day build, I think it was, or he built it over the week from Friday stream and today.
Nope, just the 2 streams, yeah.
That's awesome, man. I can't believe you've accomplished this, and that's a lot. That's a lot of pieces, man. Holy shit. It's one of those Volkswagen camper pop-up vans. It's even got the engine in it, all the interior. That's fucking sick, man. I like that. Look at the pop-out on top. A true caravan.
It's cloth, too.
Whoa, it is?
Like all the curtains are cloth and everything. It was a really cool build.
Nice. That's why I like those sometimes when they do throwbacks like that, you know, on different, whatever the medium might be. Oh, look, the EPA raised the amount of ethanol that must be blended with gas. No wonder my car's getting shittier fucking fuel mileage. Those fucking asswipes. The Biden administration has set new requirements that increase the amount of ethanol that must be blended into your fucking car's gas tank. Sorry about that. I had no idea how loud that was going to be. Some people are probably pretty pissed off with me right now. My apologies. Welcome to the jungle.
Yeah, it's all fun and games.
Hey, Charlie, appreciate it, man. Yeah, I'm just going to hit him up on Twitter. I'm going to contact Nick on there and just say hi. Maybe I can get him in here to the Discord to talk for a little bit, because I'd like to pick his brain a little bit more. Looks like Yellen has thrown Biden under the bus on runaway inflation and said that she wanted the almost $2 trillion stimulus cut by a third. I don't believe it. Perhaps the most idiotic thing to ever come out of the Biden administration, and there has to be plenty to choose from, was a repeated lie that stimulus does not cause runaway inflation. Oh, do you guys remember JP Morgan's chief economist saying that $2 trillion in stimulus won't spark runaway inflation? Do you remember Marcel Kalinovic from JP Morgan? My alter ego, basically.
Your, alter ego, yeah.
Bizarro World Marcel Kalinovic, Marcel Kalinovic from JP Morgan telling you guys to buy the dip since January. How's that going for you?
Yeah, how did that work out?
The house brand, Marco.
Knock off Marco was wrong.
about buying the dip on the SPY. Yellen was wrong about inflation. I think we called those. The 75-year-old Treasury Secretary and former Fed chief could not, as she herself admitted last week when Yellen told CNN, "I think I was wrong then about the path that inflation would take," when she was shown previous remarks she'd made last year where she indicated there would only be a small risk of inflation and that it would be, quote, manageable. Manageable. Let's hear old Yeller herself. You know, maybe I shouldn't call her old Yeller. I know that's really insulting. I'm really sorry that I said that to you, to the dog, old Yeller. I could see how you could be offended. Janet Yellen.
I think I was wrong then about the path that inflation would take. As I mentioned, there have been unanticipated and large shocks to the economy that have boosted energy and food prices and supply bottlenecks that have affected our economy badly that I didn't, at the time, didn't fully understand.
Last year, Janet Yellen, 75-year-old former Fed president and Treasury Secretary and head of the plunge protection team, did not understand the economic conditions that would lead and the federal printing of 40% of all money in existence in the last 18 months would lead to unmanageable hyperinflation. What a fucking joke. They knew about it the whole time. And they're letting it happen. They have no choice. They have to go with the flow here. There's only one way out, and it ends with a market crash and a central bank digital coin. Only instead of taking one for the team of senile, clueless economists and puppets, anti-Putin puppets, because if there's any admin that has done the Kremlin's bidding by sending oil prices to near record highs, it's Biden's. Especially after the so-called president made it clear he'll blame Powell and the Fed ahead of the midterms for his catastrophic policies on money management, which have assured an avalanche this November that will hand control of Congress to Republicans on a silver platter. Mark my words, that's coming too. Democrats are done. Yellen decided to strike back. And as Bloomberg reports, citing an advanced copy of the Treasury Secretary's biography, which is due out on September 27th, just weeks before the midterms, the Treasury Secretary urged Biden officials to scale back the $1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan by a third, worried by the specter of inflation. The bitch knew inflation would get out of control, and Biden and company didn't care. The same stimulus plan that she herself said last March would not lead to an inflation problem. But in retrospect, it seems she's changed her mind. Wow. Good luck. Yellen has failed. The Fed has failed. And we've yet to see the fallout. Damn it, this thing keeps timing out on me. Black Zero said there was just a 340,000 print share prints sale on AMC and dark pools. I'm not surprised. Not surprised in the slightest. Let's take a quick look at markets. See what we're looking at. AMC hanging out tight at 1184. on volume. 28 million volume on AMC only today. Massive, massive amounts of suppression. There is an average of 51 million volume on AMC. Keenan, I'm sorry, man. Does anyone use their WhatsApp app? I'm not sure. I don't really use that. But if you explain, I'll look into it. Not sure what it means. You don't have to. Don't super chat again, though, brother. Appreciate your support, but just tell me what it means, and I'll look for you specifically. All right, tag me on Twitter. Thanks, Black Zero. I'll go check that out here in a minute. Looks like CEI, Camber Energy Inc., another meme stock's down about 4.7%. AMC's down 4.9%. GameStop 4.3%, hanging out at $127.95. MAT is hanging out at down 4.97%. Ocugen $2.25, down 2.18%. How's our indices looking here? The Russell 2000 is pretty much flat. SPX as well. It's only up 0.3%. The SPY, same thing. Sundial's flat. USO, the United States Oil ETF, is at 88.20, and BBIG looks like it's up 4.85%. It's not terrible. Taking a look at another meme stock, Centro Electric, formerly known as Naked brand, is up 24% right now. It's quite a movement. 24 is nothing to scoff at. Yeah, it started off at 176 today and has increased to $2.16 so far. I believe we may be seeing some delta hedging happening on Centro Electric Group, again formerly known as Naked. Take a look one more time at the stock price. Cigar BBIG. Well, BBIG is coming out with a dividend. And BBIG's dividend, known as TIDE, T-Y-D-E, is going to be issued this month, before the end of Q2, according to Vinco Ventures, which is the owner of BBIG, if I recall correctly. Take a look at BBIG. They're up 4.37%. Looks like they started the day off here well under $2 a share. Right around there. And reached a high of 226, currently trading at 215, up almost 5%. David, Naked Brand is no longer known as Naked Brand. They're known as Centro. CENN is the new ticker for NAKD, if I recall. NAKD is now CENN. All right, Jay Brown. Kicking it, taking care of business. Speaking of uncanny, Nancy Pelosi's trading is uncanny. She literally nailed the exact NASDAQ bottom on May 24th, buying Apple and Microsoft. 82 years old, trading options better than a Citadel algo running on a $300 million mainframe dedicated computer. Is this bingo or bridge? I think not. timed exit on May 24th. Or should I say entrance, purchase of these calls on May 24th, 2022. That's right. Doesn't Pelosi's husband own a shitload of AMC as well?
I wonder why.
Oh, I wonder why. Why does the best fucking insider trader, Nancy Pelosi, and her husband own AMC? There's a reason she's worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and it ain't because public service pays great. I like Inarte Carlos says ECB will never shrink its bullshit. For now, they're hoping to gain time with some cosmetic rate hikes, praying that more decisive Fed action will help reverse inflation. This leaves one adjustment variable, the euro. ECB criminal policies will lead to more euro impoverishment. Interesting take. I have to agree. And it looks like Russia has banned entry to 61 U.S. officials and company executives. That's phenomenal. If you weren't here earlier in the stream, I'll show this to you one more time. This gold is on balance volume. The on balance volume stayed high because retail hasn't sold. At least not the majority of them. That's why the OBV is still high. If you don't know what it is, just go Google it. It'll tell you exactly what happens. What happens when the OBV is high and the stock price stays exceedingly divergently low? The stock price rips back up and way past the OBV. And on that note, I think we're going to be so fucking rich. I wish you all the best of luck. I'm going to get off this stream for a little while. And if the price starts changing or if we have anything important to say, I'll be right back on here to tell you guys. But otherwise, we're going to keep hanging out in the think tank. We're going to have a good time. I'm going to relax a little bit, get some work done, and I will catch you guys a little bit later in the trading day because I've got a lot of trades to make. I'm definitely looking forward to this. Have a great day, everybody. I wish you all peace and wealth.
Peace and wealth.
Wealth and peace.
Something like that.
Get that song playing.
I hope they
Don't
get
go
filthy
without
fucking
that song
rich, I'll tell you that much.
playing.
Amen.
Come. Get that song playing. Come on, one time.
Song? Oh shit, let's play the song.
Let's play it. They've been asking all day. Come on. Can I dead dance?
Blow this thing. Get it rolling and stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Diaz legend today. Darren, good to see you. Pete as well. Awesome stuff.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Yeah, done.
an original, aren't you?
Cowboy.
I think it's time to blow this scene. Get everybody in the stuff together. Okay, 3,